lighting the lamp. Thank you so much, sir. I welcome Shri Prahlad Joshi, sir, the Honorable Minister of Coal Mines and Parliamentary Affairs, and other distinguished dignitaries of the session. Our guest of honor, Shri Amritlal Meena, sir, respected Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Government of India. I request MOC officials to present the bouquet. I request to present a bouquet to a guest of honor, Shri Amritlal Meena, sir, respected Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Government of India. I request to present a bouquet to Shri M. Nagaraju, sir, Additional Secretary and Nominated Authority, Ministry of Coal. Now I request to present bouquet to Shri P.M. Prasad, Chairman, Coal India Limited. Next, I request to present a bouquet to Sri Sushil Kumar, Sir, Joint Secretary, MOPSW. I request to present a bouquet to Sri Rajnath Ram, Sir, Advisor, Energy, Niti Aayog. Thank you so much, everyone. Today we are here for the historic launch of the Coal Logistic Plan and Policy for India. We are delighted to have you all here today as we embark on a journey towards a more sustainable and efficient coal logistic infrastructure. We will commence today's program with a warm welcome address. I would like to invite Shri Virendra Thakur, Sir, Director Technical, Ministry of Coal, to deliver the welcome address and set the stage for this momentous occasion.
Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and colleagues. A very good evening to all of you. It is with immense pleasure and pride that I, on behalf of the Ministry of Coal and Indian National Committee World Mining Congress, welcome you all to the launch of Coal Logistic Plan and Policy, which embarks on a transformative journey in the coal sector. Today, we are honored to have with us a distinguished personality with a vision and dedication of shaping the future of the coal sector. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our chief guest of today, the Honorable Minister of Coal, Mines and Parliamentary Affairs and the patron of INC WMC, Sri Prahlad Joshi, sir. I also welcome our guest of honor, Sri Amritlal Meena, Secretary, Ministry of Coal, the Chairman of IMC, whose dedication have been instrumental in steering the course of action of the Ministry of Coal. Also, we are privileged to have Sri M. Nagaraju, Additional Secretary and Nominated Authority, Ministry of Coal, and Chairman of Executive Committee, whose leadership played a pivotal role for the launch of this coal logistic plan and policy. I welcome Shri PM Prasad, Chairman Coal India Limited, for his relentless efforts for fulfillment of energy security. I welcome dignitaries from Ministry of Coal, Niti Aayog, Rail, Power, Steel, Mines, Port and Waterways, and members organizations of IMC, WMC for witnessing this momentous occasion, especially private sectors and media. The coal industry has been the backbone of our country's energy security, powering many industries and supporting economic progress, contributing significant share in energy metrics. The coal logistic plan and policy being unveiled today emerges from a recognition of the coal industry's significant role in India's economic growth trajectory and for improving efficiency, sustainability, and reliability in coal transportation. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to all of you and thank you for your kind presence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Shri M. Nagaraju, sir, IAS, Additional Secretary and Nominated Authority, Ministry of Coal, for introduction of the subject of today's launch.
Good afternoon, sir, and all the invited representatives of the ministries and my colleagues from the Coal India and other coal companies and the private sector. I'll give you a brief outline of the coal logistic policy, what it means, what is the plan, how we are going to achieve this, basically. And all of us are aware, a national logistics policy was launched in September 2022 with the approval of the Union Cabinet. And it was advised to all the ministries connected with the logistics to develop their own sectoral logistic policy and plan and implement it. And the logistic policy, the vision, what does it contain, objectives, what are the targets, strategies, and what are the proposed interventions, implementation methodology, and how we are going to monitor it and achieve coordination. And integrated coal logistic plan, and it contains Indian coal demand and the coal supply scenario, state-wise and coal field-wise analysis for coal logistics, gaps in coal logistics infrastructure till FY 2047, what would be, and and smart coal logistics also. These are the things we have kept it. Now, vision, it is technologically enabled, integrated, faster, resilient, sustainable, and environmental friendly. Aim is to identify, evaluate, minimize logistic issues and costs, eliminate infrastructure gaps, achieve efficiencies. The broader objective is to ensure adequate coal loading and evacuation infrastructure, integration, promote interconnected multimodal network and greener transportation initiatives, and efficiency, faster and efficient loading and transport system, optimization of logistic costs, loading and transportation by rationalization and network connectivity, and of course modernization and inclusivity. Promotion include by addressing the needs of all the stakeholders of coal-related sector. Next. Now, the process we followed to finalize is we prepared a draft report thanks to Deloitte, and then we had a number of consultations with all the stakeholders in the country. And we also organized regional workshops on this draft coal logistic policy, and we had detailed consultation with the Ministry of Railways, shipping, power, and road transport, Niti Aayog, DPIIT, and also private sector. And after that, the report was finalized, and then it was presented to the empowered committee of government, which has approved the report and the plan. And incidentally, Ministry of Coal is the first ministry, sectoral ministry, to draft, approve, and launch coal policy for logistics in the country. And it was actually has been noted at highest levels that we are the first in the country to do that. Now I think all of you are aware the major coal fields, there are 10 major coal fields and we need to cover, coal producing states, and we need to evacuate coal from these to all the power producing states. If you can see it, now this is the generally numbers we have given. These are the Korba, Manraigarh, Talchari, Imvali, Singrauli, Rajmahal, Bokaro, Jaria and Raniganj. These are the major coal fields of coal producing and then located mostly in the eastern part of the country. Now we have also done part of this thing, coal demand estimations. Well, what are we going to have, what kind of demand we are going to have in 2026, 2030 and 2047, and what would be the power demand, what would be the NRS demand, what would be the steel demand, and then what would be our capacities to supply. And what would be our capacity in the country to supply. If you notice it's today, 2023, our demand is 1131 million tons and our supply is 1130, but imports constitute larger thing, 237. When it comes to 2030, again our demand is likely to be 1.7 billion and then still imports will be 200 million tons because this is largely coking coal. Coking coal will continue to be rising because the steel use will increase, and by 2047 also we have not estimated, but the country will have a demand of 1.86 billion tons of coal, but we will have more than 2 billion of coal production capacity in the country by 2047. And this capacity will continue because the number of mines, the exploration we are doing now, that will take us beyond for 2047. Next. Now, present model mixer, how coal is transported. If you look at it, now currently the coal evacuation is 65% by rail, and the other MGR road, rail sea road, all those things are there. And then we want to increase it, the present model mix to more of rail mode, so that there are so many benefits, including cost benefits are there, efficiency benefits are there, and also environment benefits. We have to completely eliminate the road mode thing, which is about 28%, and so that everything will be shifted. Next. Proposed intervention, sir. Railway infrastructure. We have doing new railway lines, railway infrastructure, water transportation, digital infrastructure, smart coal logistics analytical board, and implementation plan. It will be implemented in mission mode. Next. Action plan, sir. The action plan is, sir, to produce coal 2 billion, a mechanized evacuation of coal, to build mechanized infrastructure, 90% of coal transportation, and railway capacity, new lines. Additional wagon requirements, sir, 1 lakh wagons required. We have intimated to the railways. They are actually procuring this plan. RSR enhancement to 120 million tons. Inland waterways, 8 million tons. And of course, coal logistics. Next. First mile connectivity project, sir. Now we have, since the launching of this first mile connectivity projects, now we have taken up 103 first mile connectivity projects to meet the capacity of 1 billion ton. Now more than 90% of the coal handled will be through silos and through mechanized means in the country by 2030. Unlike presently payloaders or handling, whatever it is, that will not be there. Now 32 FMCs we already completed now. In fact, Honorable Prime Minister has been inaugurating last couple of months, 3-4 FMCs he has inaugurated. Large number of benefits are there, cost savings, time savings, accuracy in quantity with proper sized coal, environmental friendly, reduction in emissions, etc. Next. Railway infrastructure, first mile connectivity, but just want to show a couple of minutes. railway infrastructure, sir, they are doing origin destination mapping unless it was done. 8 railway projects we have planned our own SPVs, and Ministry of Railways has taken up 37 new lines and capacity enhancement lines due to this coal logistic policy and a part of the energy corridor. Next. And wagon requirements, sir, we mentioned is 99,046 wagons required. We have given the data to the Railway Ministry. Next. Of course, impact, there are a large number of impacts. Increase in rail share to almost 90%, reduction in share of road transportation, and 14% reduction in rail logistics cost. Cost savings will be, once implemented by 2030, it will be about 21,000 crore rupees per annum if this logistics policy is implemented. And lower CO2 emissions by 1 lakh tons CO2 per annum, and 10% savings in average turnaround time of wagons. These are all huge benefits the country can actually reap if completely implemented this plan and policy. Next. Coastal shipping, sir, we now, presently it is 40 MT, we want to take it to 120 MT, and we also mapped which are the power plants, which are the industries which you require, which can be transported through RSR mode, road, sea, road mode, and again, very eco-friendly system, and also very cost effective, and it can actually meet the large demand of all the NRS, and which includes steel and cement. Next. Inland waterways, sir, we want to take with 5% potential is there, volume of about 13 million tons by 2030. We are going to form a SPV. We have agreed SPV, which will be part of the development. Inland Waters Authority with Ministry of Shipping, the Odisha government, and CIL will be part of this SPV. Next. Smart coal logistic coal dashboard, sir. This is the one which is going to give us complete analytics, predictions, and exact time of movement of rakes and loading, unloading, everything. So this is also we are going to develop it. Yeah. Digital institutions, we have taken a lot of things, CCTV based e-selling system, RFID, GPS based, integrated command control center, enterprise resource planning, and DigiCoal, some blocks we have done. Next. Of course, a way forward monitoring, we have a technical support unit, and then there is IMC with all the concerned departments, and a lot of initiative, a lot of action already been taken. Next. Thank you. These are the major highlights of logistic plan and policy, sir, developed by the Ministry of Coal.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving the valuable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, now the moment you have all been waiting for. Today, we have the privilege to witness the official launch of Coal Logistic Plan and Policy. So I invite the chief guest, Shri Prahlad Joshi, sir, Honorable Minister of Coal, Mines and Parliamentary Affairs, to launch the Coal Logistic Plan and Policy.
जुड़ रहे हैं।
Now I request our chief guest to grace the stage with his kind words.
देश के अलग अलग राज्यों ने ऐसे ही विकसित होने का संकल्प लिया है, क्योंकि भारत तभी विकसित होगा जब राज्य विकसित होंगे। आज इस संकल्प यात्रा से मध्य प्रदेश जुड़ रहा है, मैं आप सभी का अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, कल से ही एमपी में 9 दिन का विक्रमोत्सव शुरू होने वाला है। ये हमारी गौरवशाली विरासत और वर्तमान के विकास का उत्सव है। हमारी सरकार विरासत और विकास को कैसे एक साथ लेकर चलती है, इसका प्रमाण उज्जैन में लगी वैदिक घड़ी भी है। बाबा महाकाल की नगरी कभी पूरी दुनिया के लिए काल गणना का केंद्र थी, लेकिन उस महत्व को भुला दिया गया था। अब हमने विश्व की पहली
शुरू हो गया क्या?
विक्रमादित्य वैदिक घड़ी फिर से स्थापित की है। ये सिर्फ अपने समृद्ध अतीत को पुनः याद करने का सिर्फ अवसर भर है, ऐसा नहीं है। ये उस काल चक्र की भी साक्षी बनने वाली है, जो भारत को विकसित बनाएगा। साथियों, आज एमपी की सभी लोकसभा सीटों को एक साथ लगभग 17,000 करोड़ रुपए की विकास परियोजना मिली है। इनमें पेयजल और सिंचाई की परियोजनाएं हैं। इनमें बिजली, सड़क, रेल, खेल परिसर, सामुदायिक सभागार और अन्य उद्योगों में जुड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं। कुछ दिन पहले ही एमपी के 30 से अधिक रेलवे स्टेशनों के आधुनिकीकरण पर भी काम शुरू हुआ है। भाजपा की डबल इंजन सरकार ऐसे ही डबल स्पीड से विकास कर रही है। ये परियोजनाएं एमपी के लोगों का जीवन आसान बनाएगी, यहां निवेश और नौकरियों के नए अवसर बनाएगी। इसके लिए आप सभी को बहुत बहुत बधाई। साथियों, आज चारों तरफ एक ही बात सुनाई देती है, अब की बार 400 पार, अब की बार 400 पार। पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है जब जनता ने खुद अपनी प्रिय सरकार की वापसी के लिए ऐसा नारा बुलंद कर दिया है। ये नारा बीजेपी ने नहीं, बल्कि देश की जनता जनार्दन का दिया हुआ है। मोदी की गारंटी पर देश का इतना विश्वास भाव विभोर करने वाला है। लेकिन साथियों, हमारे लिए ये सिर्फ तीसरी बार सरकार बनाने का सिर्फ लक्ष्य है, ऐसा नहीं है। हम तीसरी बार में देश को तीसरी बड़ी आर्थिक महाशक्ति बनाने के लिए चुनाव में उतर रहे हैं। हमारे लिए सरकार बनाना अंतिम लक्ष्य नहीं है, हमारे लिए सरकार बनाना देश बनाने का माध्यम है। यही हम मध्य प्रदेश में भी देख रहे हैं। बीते 2 दशक से निरंतर आप हमें अवसर दे रहे हैं। आज भी विकास के लिए कितनी उमंग, कितना उत्साह है, ये आपने नई सरकार के बीते कुछ महीनों में देखा है। और अभी मैं मेरे सामने स्क्रीन पर देख रहा हूं, लोग ही लोग नजर आ रहे हैं। वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस पर कार्यक्रम हो और 15 लाख से ज्यादा लोग जुड़े हो, 200 से अधिक स्थानों पर जुड़े हो, ये घटना सामान्य नहीं है। और मैं मेरी आंखों से यहां सामने देख रहा हूं टीवी पे, कितना उत्साह है, कितना उमंग है, कितना जोश दिखाई दे रहा है। मैं फिर एक बार मध्य प्रदेश के भाइयों के इस प्यार को नमन करता हूं, आपके इस आशीर्वाद को प्रणाम करता हूं। साथियों, विकसित मध्य प्रदेश के निर्माण के लिए डबल इंजन सरकार खेती, उद्योग और टूरिज्म, इन तीनों पर बहुत बल दे रही है। आज मां नर्मदा, वहां पर बन रही 3 जल परियोजनाओं का भूमि पूजन हुआ है। इन परियोजनाओं से आदिवासी क्षेत्रों में सिंचाई के साथ साथ पेयजल की समस्या का भी समाधान होगा। सिंचाई के क्षेत्र में मध्य प्रदेश में हम एक नई क्रांति होते देख रहे हैं। केन बेतवा लिंक परियोजना से बुंदेलखंड के लाखों परिवारों का जीवन बदलने वाला है। जब किसान के खेत तक पानी पहुंचता है तो इससे बड़ी सेवा उसकी क्या हो सकती है। भाजपा सरकार और कांग्रेस की सरकार के बीच का क्या अंतर होता है, इसका उदाहरण सिंचाई योजना भी है। 2014 से पहले के 10 वर्षों में देश में लगभग 40 लाख हेक्टेयर भूमि को सूक्ष्म सिंचाई के दायरे में लाया गया था। लेकिन बीते 10 वर्ष के हमारे सेवा काल में इसका 2 गुना यानी लगभग 90 लाख हेक्टेयर खेती को सूक्ष्म सिंचाई से जोड़ा गया है। ये दिखाता है कि भाजपा सरकार की प्राथमिकता क्या है। ये दिखाता है कि भाजपा सरकार यानी गति भी प्रगति भी। साथियों, छोटे किसानों की एक और बड़ी परेशानी गोदाम की कमी की रही है। इसके कारण छोटे किसानों को औने पौने दाम पर अपनी उपज मजबूरी में बेचनी पड़ती थी। अब हम भंडारण से जुड़ी दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी योजना पर काम कर रहे हैं। आने वाले वर्षों में देश में हजारों की संख्या में बड़े गोदाम बनाए जाएंगे। इससे 700 लाख मैट्रिक टन अनाज के भंडारण की व्यवस्था देश में बनेगी। इस पर सरकार 1.25 लाख करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा खर्च करने जा रही है। साथियों, हमारी सरकार गांव को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने पर बहुत बल दे रही है। इसके लिए सहकारिता का विस्तार किया जा रहा है। अभी तक हम दूध और गन्ने के क्षेत्र में सहकारिता के लाभ देख रहे हैं। भाजपा सरकार अनाज, फल सब्जी, मछली, ऐसे हर सेक्टर में सहकारिता पर बल दे रही है। इसके लिए लाखों गांवों में सहकारी समितियों का, सहकारी संस्थाओं का गठन किया जा रहा है। कोशिश यही है कि खेती हो, पशुपालन हो, मधुमक्खी पालन हो, मुर्गी पालन हो, मछली पालन हो, हर प्रकार से गांव की आय बढ़े। ये समस्या रही है। गांव की जमीन हो, गांव की प्रॉपर्टी हो, उसको लेकर अनेक विवाद रहते थे। गांव वालों को जमीन से जुड़े छोटे छोटे काम के लिए तहसीलों के चक्कर काटने पड़ते थे। अब ऐसी समस्याओं को हमारी डबल इंजन की सरकार पीएम स्वामित्व योजना के जरिए स्थायी समाधान निकाल रही है। और मध्य प्रदेश तो स्वामित्व योजना के तहत बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा है। मध्य प्रदेश में 100% गांवों का ड्रोन से सर्वे किया जा चुका है। अभी तक 20 लाख से अधिक स्वामित्व कार्ड दिए जा चुके हैं। ये जो गांव के घरों के कानूनी दस्तावेज मिल रहे हैं, इससे गरीब कई तरह के विवादों से बचेगा। गरीब को हर मुसीबत से बचाना ही तो मोदी की गारंटी है। आज मध्य प्रदेश के सभी 55 जिलों में साइबर तहसील कार्यक्रम का भी विस्तार किया जा रहा है। अब नामांतरण, रजिस्ट्री से जुड़े मामलों का समाधान डिजिटल माध्यम से ही हो जाएगा। इससे भी ग्रामीण परिवारों का समय भी बचेगा और खर्च भी बचेगा। साथियों, मध्य प्रदेश के नौजवान चाहते हैं कि एमपी देश के अग्रणी औद्योगिक राज्यों में से एक बने। मैं एमपी के हर नौजवान को, विशेष रूप से फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर को कहूंगा कि आपके लिए बीजेपी सरकार नए अवसर बनाने में कोई कसर बाकी नहीं रख रही। आपके सपने ही मोदी का संकल्प है। मध्य प्रदेश आत्मनिर्भर भारत का, मेक इन इंडिया का एक मजबूत स्तंभ बनेगा। मुरैना के सीतापुर में मेघा लेदर एंड फुटवेयर क्लस्टर, इंदौर में रेडीमेड गारमेंट इंडस्ट्री के लिए पार्क, मंदसौर के इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क का विस्तार, धार इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क का नया निर्माण, ये सब कुछ इसी दिशा में उठाए जा रहे कदम है। कांग्रेस की सरकारों ने तो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की हमारी पारंपरिक ताकत को भी बर्बाद कर दिया था। हमारे यहां खिलौना बनाने की कितनी बड़ी परंपरा रही है, लेकिन स्थिति ये थी कि कुछ साल पहले तक हमारे बाजार और हमारे घर विदेशी खिलौनों से ही भरे पड़े थे। हमने देश में खिलौना बनाने वाले अपने पारंपरिक साथियों को, विश्वकर्मा परिवारों को मदद दी। आज विदेशों से खिलौनों का आयात बहुत कम हो गया है। बल्कि जितने खिलौने हम आयात करते थे उससे ज्यादा खिलौने आज निर्यात कर रहे हैं। हमारे बुधनी के खिलौना बनाने वाले साथियों के लिए भी अनेक अवसर बनने वाले हैं। आज बुधनी में जिन सुविधाओं पर काम शुरू हुआ है उससे खिलौना निर्माण को बल मिलेगा। भाई और बहनों, जिनको कोई नहीं पूछता उनको मोदी पूछता है। देश में ऐसे पारंपरिक काम से जुड़े साथियों की मेहनत का प्रचार करने का जिम्मा भी अब मोदी ने उठा लिया है। मैं देश दुनिया में आपकी कला, आपके कौशल का प्रचार कर रहा हूं और करता रहूंगा। जब मैं विदेशी अतिथियों को कुटीर उद्योग में बने सामान उपहार के रूप में देता हूं तो आपका भी प्रचार करने का पूरा प्रयास करता हूं। जब मैं लोकल के लिए वोकल होने की बात करता हूं तो आपके उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए घर घर एक प्रकार से बात पहुंचाता हूं। साथियों, बीते 10 वर्षों में पूरे विश्व में भारत की साख बहुत अधिक बढ़ी है। आज दुनिया के देश भारत के साथ दोस्ती करना पसंद करते हैं। कोई भी भारतीय आज विदेश जाता है तो उसको बहुत सम्मान मिलता है। भारत की इस बढ़ी हुई साख का सीधा लाभ निवेश में होता है, पर्यटन में होता है। आज अधिक से अधिक लोग भारत आना चाहते हैं। भारत आएंगे तो एमपी आना तो बहुत स्वाभाविक है, क्योंकि एमपी तो अजब है, एमपी तो गजब है। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में ओंकारेश्वर और ममलेश्वर में श्रद्धालुओं की संख्या में भारी बढ़ोतरी हुई है। ओंकारेश्वर आदि गुरु शंकराचार्य की स्मृति में विकसित किए जा रहे एकात्म धाम के निर्माण में ये संख्या और बढ़ेगी। उज्जैन में 2028 में सिंहस्थ कुंभ भी होने वाला है। इंदौर के इच्छापुर से ओंकारेश्वर तक 4 लेन सड़क के बनने से श्रद्धालुओं को और सुविधा होगी। आज जिन रेल परियोजनाओं का उद्घाटन हुआ है उससे भी मध्य प्रदेश की कनेक्टिविटी और सशक्त होगी। जब कनेक्टिविटी बेहतर होती है तो खेती हो, पर्यटन हो या फिर उद्योग, हर किसी को लाभ होता है। साथियों, बीते 10 वर्ष में हमारी नारी शक्ति के उत्थान के रहे हैं। मोदी की गारंटी थी कि माताओं बहनों के जीवन से हर असुविधा, हर कष्ट को दूर करने का ईमानदार प्रयास करूंगा। ये गारंटी मैंने पूरी ईमानदारी से पूरा करने का प्रयास किया है। लेकिन आने वाले 5 वर्ष हमारी बहनों बेटियों के अभूतपूर्व सशक्तिकरण के होंगे। आने वाले 5 वर्षों में हर गांव में अनेक लखपति दीदियां बनेगी। आने वाले 5 वर्षों में गांव की बहनें नमो ड्रोन दीदियां बनकर खेती में नई क्रांति का आधार बनेगी। आने वाले 5 वर्षों में बहनों की आर्थिक स्थिति में अभूतपूर्व सुधार आएगा। हाल में एक रिपोर्ट आई है, इसके मुताबिक बीते 10 वर्षों में गरीब कल्याण के लिए जो काम हुए हैं उससे गांव के गरीब परिवारों की आय तेजी से बढ़ रही है। रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक शहरों के मुकाबले गांव में आय ज्यादा तेजी से बढ़ रही है। बीते 10 वर्षों में 25 करोड़ देशवासी गरीबी से बाहर आए हैं। यानी बीजेपी सरकार सही दिशा में काम कर रही है। मुझे विश्वास है कि मध्य प्रदेश ऐसे ही तेजी से विकास की नई ऊंचाई प्राप्त करता रहेगा। एक बार फिर आप सभी को विकास कार्यों की बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। और आज आप इतनी बड़ी तादाद में वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस वाले कार्यक्रम में आए, आपने नया इतिहास बना दिया है। मैं आप सब भाई बहनों का हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
We were extremely delighted to watch a video of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi sir. Now, with great honor, I invite the Chief Guest Shri Prahlad Joshi sir, Honorable Minister of Coal Mines and Parliamentary Affairs, to grace us with his kind words.
Shri Amritlal Meena, Secretary Coal, Shri Nagaraj Ujje, Additional Secretary, Shri Prasad, Chairman Coal India, and all other officials of different department, PSUs. Greetings to you all. We are joined today by officials of other ministries such as railways, ports, shipping, waterways. I welcome them and look forward to the fruitful outcome of the panel discussion and the technical session. Today I am reminded of the landmark judgment by the Honorable Supreme Court in 2014. In its verdict, the SC quoted an age-old industry saying that coal is king and paramount lord of the industry. ये तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट में कहा गया while delivering the judgment. It was true then, it is true now, and it will continue to be true in future also. इसमें कोई confusion में हमको रहने का जरूरत नहीं, and for few decades it is going to continue like that. As per the draft Niti Aayog report also, coal demand in India by 2030 and beyond, demand of the coal in electricity generation in India will remain and gain the increasing trend. This is why we need to continuously expand the coal mining and scale up the evacuation infrastructure. In fact, today as we hold this launch event, as we have already heard, Prime Minister Modi ji has already inaugurated 2 first-mile connectivity in projects of these are the projects of the Northern Coalfield Limited, NCL. These projects are valued almost 1,394 crores and will bring about the faster, efficient, mechanized coal evacuation, which will also help to reduce the carbon emission. In an extension of this, today's launch of coal logistic policy will further help us to streamline the coal evacuation as our economy progresses. Often I am asked about the need to invest in the sector that has a finite future. But let me reiterate that the coal will continue to define the India's energy basket for the next few decades. Based on the detailed pan-India analysis of the coal traffic movement, the major coal producing triangle, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, is projected to see the congestion due to capacity expansion taking place in this region. So we need to expand our capacity. We are at the cusp of the creating the history by producing 1 billion ton coal this financial year. By 31st March, we'll be doing 1 billion ton.
Yes, yes.
And I have informed this to Honorable Prime Minister also even today. And we will continue to register growth in the production in coming years. We need an infrastructure befitting to increasing the production. Keeping this in mind, we have launched the visionary initiatives like coal logistic policy, and ours is the first ministry to launch this policy. I congratulate Secretary and entire his team for initiating this. So it has been informed and it was being instructed to all the ministries, but our ministry has done it. Integrated the coal logistic plan and pioneering the first mile connectivity project amid the rising demands. These efforts aim to create cost-efficient, sustainable, resilient logistic infrastructure. Through these measures, we have embarked on a transformative journey in the coal transportation. We are addressing the transportation challenges by planning to construct the new railway lines, augment capacity of the railways network, expansion and prioritizing the FMC projects and railway sidings. I assure you all that our vision is aligning with the long-term production projects. With the energy demand is set to soar, coal consumption is projected to rise from 980 million ton to 1.5 billion ton by 2030, necessitating the efficient logistics. My ministry aims to boost the railway share in the coal transportation, as already explained by Shri Nagaraj, over 87% by 2930. So for that, the infrastructure and the wagons both are needed. So today also we can increase the production early, but because of the infrastructure, जो विरासत में हमको मिला है वो भौतिक हमारा बहुत constraints है उसमें. Otherwise, as a matter of production, our present railway minister and his entire team is putting the best efforts to provide the rakes, and relatively it has increased also. But because of the infrastructure issue also, we are facing problem. So for that, Ministry of Railways and Ministry of Coal, we are also working on that, and now we are involving the Shipping Ministry also. With the energy demand set to soar, the coal consumption, and we are also discussing the extensive energy corridor project encompassing the construction of new railway lines, capacity augmentation of existing railway lines, including the high density network and the rail connectivity to the ports. The strategic shift from the traditional road to rail based system in FMC project is pivotal in minimizing the air pollution, elevating the traffic congestion and preventing the road damage. Ministry has launched 15 railway projects to address the multimodal connectivity gaps. Among these, 5 projects have already been commissioned, showcasing the government dedication to harmonizing the coal production growth with the sustainable practices. In the beginning of my speech, I mentioned the India's major coal producing triangle, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand. Let me tell you all, across this triangle, a total 8 railway projects have been planned and are funded by the coal companies. Currently, 4 of these projects have been commissioned and 1 project, that is Tori-Shivpur, will be soon inaugurated. In this regard, coal companies have taken up a total of 103 FMC projects of 1,051 million ton capacity, including the most of, including the cost, incurring the cost of the 24,000 crore. Out of this, 31 FMCs of 291 million tons have been completed till now. I would also like to highlight that alignment with the PM Gati Shakti, 37 critical railway projects have been identified to meet the future of the coal evacuation demand. We have also We are also cognizant of the not putting the much pressures on the railway network. The ministry has taken an initiative to integrate the rail, that is RSR transportation, with the other modes of the efficient movement of the domestic coal. This multimodal transportation system allows for the seamless transportation of the coal from the mines to the ports and then to the end users. RSR will not only help in reducing the transportation costs, but also improving the logistic efficiency. In my meetings with the state CMs, I personally suggest them to avail the coal through RSR mode. The ministry's effort to promote the rail are yielding the positive results, as RSR transportation of the coal has been significant growth from around 50% over the past 5 years. In the coming years, we aim, as already it is also mentioned in the presentation, from 120 million ton of coal dispatched through this mode, which will be 125% growth by financial year 2030. Coastal shipping has a great potential, and I would also like to congratulate the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways on the initiative to develop the inland waterways NW5 on Brahmini River for the cargo transportation. NW5 will connect the Talcher coal field with the Paradip and Dharma port. It will also be developed through SPV and aid in the 8 million ton coal evacuation by 2030. So a lot of planning and implementation is happening around the integrated coal logistics policy. We are progressing with a vision to develop the technology enabled and cost-effective, resilient and sustainable logistic ecosystem for the coal evacuation. It is estimated that coal logistic plan will bring about the 14% reduction in coal logistic cost and the cost saving to tune of 21,000 crore per annum. Also, CO2 emission will also be lower by 1 lakh ton per annum. Initiatives like using the conveyor belts, MGR system for nearby power plant will enhance the logistic efficiency and ensure the availability of the transportation resources. There will also be 10% savings in the average turnaround time of the wagons in the country. As we know, the logistics sector is considered the backbone of economic growth. The growth of the coal and mineral mining sector depends heavily on the efficiency of the logistic network. Therefore, need to upgrade our existing infrastructure as per the aspirants of the Viksit Bharat. I call upon the other related ministries to come together in creating the sustainable transport infrastructure in the country and provide the support to each other wherever needed. With these words, before I conclude, by 2047, what our policy should also be. Today also Prime Minister instructed in the cabinet, by 2047 हमारा डिपार्टमेंट का जो कुछ भी प्रोग्राम्स है, प्रोजेक्शंस है, उसके लिए आज भी उन्होंने कहा मीन्स 2047 तक भी हमको सोचना चाहिए. अभी तो हम 2030 तक सोचा है. तो ओवरऑल coal will be there for another 30-40 years. We should work out for that, and together energy, providing the energy security is the responsibility of all of us. With all these words, thank you. Dhanyavad, namaskar.
Let's give a big round of applause to our chief guest, Honorable Minister Sir, Shri Prahlad Joshi Sir, for his insightful words and invaluable contribution to this launch. Ladies and gentlemen, now to provide a broader perspective, we are privileged to hear from the esteemed Shri Rajnath Ram Sir, Advisor, Energy, Niti Ayog, to address the gathering by sharing the vision and support for policy success.
आपको तो मंच के लिए जाना है, एक एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी सुबह आके बता के चला गया
जी.
मिनिस्टर साहब को भेजना है 5 बजे पहले.
Thank you so much, sir, for your
I
presence.
have got mines.
सर दिस विल बी ठीक है, कोई भी हो.
Shri Rajnath Ram Sir, Advisor Energy Niti Aayog, to address the gathering by sharing the vision and support for the policy's success.
Secretary sir,
Both ways.
okay.
If you want to be seen fully, you can go there.
Yes, sir. Honorable Minister, sir, I just left. Respected Secretary, sir, Additional Secretary Sri Nagaraju, sir, CMD Coal India Limited, Mr. P.M. Prasad, and all the senior officers from the Ministry of Coal and other relevant ministries, ladies and gentlemen, very good evening to all of you. Coal is inevitable in our economy. As far as the energy security is concerned, coal constitutes almost 50% in our primary energy basket and almost 72 to 73% as far as the electricity generation is concerned. One can clearly witness that in the recent past, there has been growth of electricity over 16% over previous years in a particular month. Keeping such growth in electricity demand, even though we have a huge capacity of RE, the constant power supply other than coal and nuclear cannot be thought of in the given existing scenario. We have abundant coal reserves, but in the given climate goals, the real challenge lies with us how to use coal in a more sustainable manner and promote Atmanirbhar Bharat in the country. We have also come out with coal gasification policy, wherein incentive structures have been devised to take up gasification projects in the country. We have also launched the commercial coal mining. Given all these considerations, the coal production capacity is bound to increase, and this will be enhanced, as has been mentioned by Additional Secretary Mr. Nagaraju sir also. At the same time, the coal has to be competitive fuel among all the which are in the race of all the fuels which are in the race of the electricity generation. Hence, the logistic plants become critical to deliver the coal to the project sites at economical cost. Today, the momentous day. Today is the momentous day to launch of this historic document. I congratulate Ministry of Coal for their hard work and finalizing this plan and policy. Thank you very much.
A big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. Now, we have the pleasure of welcoming the Joint Secretary Ports MOPSW, Shri Sushil Kumar sir, on the stage to shed the light on the crucial role of coastal shipping of coal and its logistic.
Good afternoon, Secretary sir, senior officials from the Ministry of Coal, officials from other stakeholder departments, organizations and ministries, members from industry fraternity, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. At the very outset, I would like to thank the Ministry of Coal for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this very important event. The coal logistics plan and the policy which has been launched by Honorable Minister today, it will act as an enabler for development of an integrated framework for creating a cost-effective, resilient, efficient and a greener transportation ecosystem for movement of coal in the country, from the production centers to the consumption centers. It can be considered as a master document by all the stakeholders, which can be used as a reference while the stakeholders plan their capacity augmentation projects or plan for adding the components in their logistics supply chain pertaining to the movement of the coal. Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways will also play a key role in successful implementation of this policy, because port, shipping and waterways are important component of the coal logistics chain. And in that regard, the role of Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways will be very important during the implementation of this policy and plan. With the projected increase in the production of coal by 2030, as Honorable Minister Sir had mentioned, we are bound to face pressures and challenges in the transportation of the coal over land-based transportation networks, and therefore there is a need to develop an alternative mode of transportation for the coal, and coastal shipping is one of them. Inland waterways and coastal shipping are an alternative to the land-based transportation systems. Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, on their part, we have been taking a number of initiatives for promoting coastal shipping, be it through development of coastal berths, dedicated coastal berths, providing concessions on vessel-related charges, concessions on cargo-related charges, cabotage relaxation, and then policy for priority berthing of vessels for specific commodities under the coastal shipping. Capacity augmentation and mechanization of berths and terminals at the ports, they are being taken up by the ministry in a big way. We are also upgrading our infrastructure at the ports in terms of the draft, that is the depth of water that is available in the berth pockets and the navigation channels, so that we make the ports capable of servicing bigger size vessels, the Cape size vessels at our ports. So, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways is working in coordination with all the stakeholders. You may be aware that Honorable Finance Minister had during her budget speech announced that coastal shipping should be promoted as a energy efficient, low cost mode of transportation through public-private partnership projects with viability gap funding. So Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways is trying to is in the process of structuring a PPP project specifically for coastal shipping. We are targeting movement of coal from the eastern coast to the power plants on the western side of the coast. So we are structuring the project with viability gap funding. We have held a number of stakeholder consultations, and we are in advanced stages of finalizing the broad contours of the PPP project for coastal shipping. I, on behalf of Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, congratulate Ministry of Coal for coming out with this much-awaited sectoral logistics policy and plan. And this will help all of us, all the stakeholders in coordinated planning and more rationalized optimization and of the resource allocation for when planning the projects for capacity augmentation and logistics chain improvement. I once again thank the Ministry for giving me this opportunity to interact with the stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving on, we have the honor of hearing from Shri Priyan Prasad, sir, Chairman, Coal India Limited, by gracing us with an address.
Most respected Secretary Coal, Amjad Meena sir, respected Nagaraju sir, respected Vishmita Tej ma'am, respected Rupendra madam, Joint Secretary Ports, Sushil Kumar sir, Sri Rajnath Ram, Advisor Niti Aayog, JS Coal, Pati Saab, and all the dignitaries present here. Indeed, it is a great pleasure that from Coal Ministry, coal logistics policy has been launched almost 1 year, 5 months back, September 22, when the National Coal Logistics Policy was announced, and being part of the ministry under the Honorable Minister and under the Honorable Secretary sir, feel happy and feel privileged to work here. And as we envisaged in 2019, this first mile connectivity projects, from 2019 to 24, in this journey, the almost 196 million ton coal is being loaded through silos, and a lot of FMC projects are in pipeline. Around 170 million is under construction and going to be constructed very soon in the next 4 or 5 months. And other 5-6 projects are also in advanced stage. If you see the total coal being by rail, around 480 million ton is being transported to rail, and by road it is almost 240. 126 million is by this MGR, and 28 million is only from belt conveyor. Even Honorable Minister of Power also has directed in the recent meetings attended, wherever the projects are coming within 30 to 40 kilometers, we have been directed either through MGR or by belt pipe conveyors. They are all part of this coal logistics, and the congestion, as you heard from the Honorable Minister, especially in Orissa, Talcher field, and even in Somarghat field, similarly in Korba field, congestion is there, and our rail lines are also coming. Bandh-Raigad, the Greenfield project was inaugurated 3 to 4 months back, and coal is being loaded from that Greenfield project. Similarly, at advanced stage, Tori-Shivpur third line is going to be commissioned by next month. And also in the Vasundhara coalfield also, there are flyover at Jharsuguda junction is under construction. Barpalli bulb is under construction. Even Angul rail connectivity, there is some construction activities are going on, and almost within 6 to 8 months that is also going to be completed. By all this in place, in next 1 year to 2 years, around 300 million coal can be transported additionally. Right now, this year we are transporting around 610 million for power sector from Coal India. Next year the target is 660. And 2030 we have seen around 1.1 million ton power sector alone will consume, others around 500 million ton NRS. So for this huge demand, unless logistics is in place, we cannot meet the demand. And logistics implementation is under right direction, and new avenues, RSR and inland waterways in the future years to come. Coal India is happy to be part with Ministry of Inland Waterways in the years to come, from Talcher, Brahmani river, if it is coming up to this Paradip port, our part we will be doing. Similarly, and all other this triangular 3 states, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand and Orissa, immense potential is there. And if logistics is in place, coal production will not be of much problem. However, there are small hindrances in obtaining land, environment and forestry clearances. I think in the next 1 to 2 years, the way we are planning, these clearances, at least forest and environment clearances, to a maximum extent we can control, and then the logistics of this coal transportation evacuation will be in demand. So I think the planning is in perfect only implementation, and we have to do the projects timely so that there will not be any cost overrun. And if this is done in timely, I think the target set for 2030 we will be meeting. And this year 780 million ton target, and next 2 years we have to ramp up to 1 billion. Coal India as a standalone also. I am confident we will be going to meet the targets, and with improved logistics, though the railway racks we have received 5 to 6% more, the demand is another 4 to 5%, at least 10% if it is met, then the CAGR in power sector up to 2030, 6 to 7%. With the improved dispatches and evacuation, I am sure that we will be able to meet this demand. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir, for the insights. Continuing our series of addresses, now I would like to invite our guest of honor, Shri Amritlal Meena, sir, Secretary, Ministry of Coal, providing insights into the double-fold growth of coal sector by 2030.
Thank you very much. You know, Honorable Prime Minister launched this National Logistics Policy in 2022. Globally, the logistic cost associated in India was 14%, and our rank was 54 out of 139 countries in 2014. It improved to 44 in 2018, and last year again the Logistic Performance Index ranking came, so India's rank is 38. Now, the logistic cost and logistic efficiency are factors which decides the investment. So, realizing the importance on the economy, Honorable Prime Minister launched this and directed through that policy all the stakeholders who are concerned with the usage of logistics to examine their logistics requirement and see as to how in different sectors efficiencies can be brought into and costs can be reduced. So the National Logistic Policy envisages all major stakeholders, coal, steel, food grain, fertilizer, cement and so on, to look at their sources of origin and destination, raw material transportation, finished product transportation, and see where all the logistics cost and efficiencies can be improved. As we all know, logistic cost is a factor of 3-4 major components. One of them is the infrastructure. More efficient is the infrastructure, lesser is the cost. Another is the inventory. How much you keep unutilized for a longer period, that adds to the cost. Then system, processes, regulations, this also adds up to the cost. So, going by the directive under National Logistic Policy, took up this exercise, and Coal India has taken up this task with full sense of involvement. They involved professional agency Deloitte. We had many rounds of interaction with the industry, all captive and commercial block auction holders, and the future blocks which are likely to be offered for auction. The connectivity of all of them were examined, apart from, of course, CIL blocks. And as you know, for the infrastructure augmentation, Honorable PM has already launched PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan for providing multimodal connectivity to the economic zones. In our case, the economic zones are the mines and the thermal power plant or various other users. So the multimodal connectivity from mines to the thermal power plant or to the cement plant or to the aluminum plant are our requirement. So in this report, the entire infrastructural gap has been assessed by plotting the economic zones onto the PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, a digital platform created under the PM Gati Shakti framework. And then we mapped all the existing blocks, likely blocks which are to come to our peak demand requirement, existing railway network, the network which are under construction, and then evaluated the gaps. Of course, in the entire exercise, Ministry of Railway was part, Ministry of Port Shipping was part of us, and all stakeholders were there. And thereafter, coal field wise, consumer state wise, detailed exercise has been undertaken. That is why this thick volume has come out. We have prepared it as an extensive, exhaustive document so that in future concerned people can refer it. And this, of course, is the National Logistics Policy, which is a vision statement and objective. Both these documents are available on our website. So after stakeholder consultation under PM Gati Shakti framework, there is a network planning group, which is in DPIIT, wherein Ministry of Railway, Road, Port Shipping, various other ministries are represented. That network planning group examined, they made certain suggestions which were incorporated, and then there is a final body called Empowered Group of Secretaries headed by Cabinet Secretary. So there this was presented, and Cabinet Secretary and the empowered other secretaries in the EGOS, this was approved. And after the recommendation of the EGOS, this was placed before our Honorable Union Minister, who has approved this policy. Now this policy is for all of us to adopt. I am very happy that after the rollout of the policy, there are 37 critical railway infrastructure projects which have been listed here, which are tripling of railway line or 4-laning or rail over rail or new railway line, single lane, double lane, all form of possible infrastructural gaps have been identified, and I am very happy to thank Ministry of Railways that on all 37 projects, they have already commenced way forward. In certain projects, implementation is on. In certain projects, tenders are in the stage of invitation. Some of the projects, DPR are on. In some of the projects, survey is on. But there are timelines under which all these projects will be rolled out. To give you a few examples, from Talcher field to Paradip to promote RSR, currently we are transporting about 21 million ton and we have to go to 120 million ton. So the Cuttack junction was a major bottleneck. So under this plan, there is ROR at the Cuttack, wherein our railway racks would be going at one level higher, straight away without any disruption, and the existing 2-lane is proposed to be 4-lane. Similarly, Bilaspur, Jharsuguda section, Bilaspur Katni section, and various other sections, wherever, Jharsuguda ROR, Lajkura ROR, all these proposed requirements have been enlisted, and I think in next 4 to 5 years, till we enhance our production, all these projects would be available for usage. So with this, the efficiencies will definitely come in, and the logistic constraint which at times hampers our availability in different part of the country will no longer remain to be the issue. At the end of the mine, as Chairman Coal India Limited has mentioned, all larger mines which are producing 2 million ton and more, CIL has planned the first mile connectivity, commonly known as FMC, but these are basically mechanized coal handling facilities, wherein in place of trucks, it will be mechanically handling from the mine pit head to the railway loading site. Loading takes only 45 to 50 minutes. In the manual mode, it takes about 3-4 hours. And then, of course, the quality of coal, grade of the coal, all are taken care of. As we go along, maybe the smaller mines will also have the mechanized handling facilities. And I am happy to see that all captive and commercial mine auction holders, they are also bringing those mechanized handling facilities. And in MDO route also, this facility is being developed. So that end, railway end, and then of course conveyor belt, MGR, wherever feasible. So as of now, the current mix says about 64% railway, about 18%, 16 to 18% by MGR conveyor belt, about 18 to 20% by road. So we have to reduce that 18 to 20% road transportation of coal to the extent minimum possible through implementation of these projects. So coal is either handled through MGR or conveyor belt or RSR or railways. Road mode of transportation should be adopted only for very smaller distances so as to bring in efficiency and also the environmental safety aspect. I am very happy that today this has been launched by the Honorable Union Minister. I request all the stakeholder ministries who have to contribute towards its targets that let us work together under the spirit of PM Gati Shakti. Working together is the way forward. So let us work together through this mechanism of inter-ministry consultation and contribute to the nation by way of reducing the logistic cost, enhancing the logistic efficiency, so that the coal is available easily to all the users. Though 14% is the overall cost, taking all volumes and all commodities, but if we look at the coal sector, it is much higher. The cost of coal versus cost of transportation. So there is lot of scope to reduce the cost for the industry and hence to contribute to the nation, the economy of the nation. So I congratulate the team under Nagaraju Sahab, Chairman Sahab, those who have formulated this policy and given it the final shape, and look forward for active support of all of you. I also request the users, those who would be affected, that in case, after having gone through, in case you feel that there are certain important projects, gaps, by the way, left out, there is a possibility to include that, because this year's budget Honorable Finance Minister has talked about, made announcement about the energy corridor, right? So under energy corridor of Ministry of Railways, there is provision for inclusion of some leftover projects if something, though they are sure that generally in consultation all projects have been incorporated, but if there are any, there is a scope for inclusion. So let's work together and bring in efficiency. With this, I conclude. Thank you.
A big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us the insights. Now I present MOC officials to give memento. To Shri Amitlal Meena, sir, respected Secretary, Ministry of Coal, Government of India. Next memento to Shri M. Nagaraju, sir, Additional Secretary and Nominated Authority, Ministry of Coal. The next memento to Shri P.M. Prasad, sir, Chairman, Coal India Limited. Next memento, Shri Sushil Kumar, sir, Joint Secretary, Ports, MOPSW. The next memento is for Shri Rajnath Ram, sir, Advisor, Energy, Niti Aayog. Thank you so much, everyone. Before we move on, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the esteemed speakers for their invaluable contributions. With this, we conclude this session. Now I invite Shri Ramakant Singh, sir, ED, CC, Ministry of Coal, for the vote of thanks.
सबसे पहले मैं मंत्री जी का धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने अपने बिजी शेड्यूल में से समय निकाल के कोल लॉजिस्टिक पॉलिसी के लॉन्च के इवेंट में आए और उन्होंने सभी लोगों का उत्साहवर्धन किया। उनकी प्रेरणा से ही कोयला मंत्रालय कोल लॉजिस्टिक पॉलिसी और प्लान को बनाने में सफल हुआ था। उन्होंने डिफरेंट टाइप के गाइडेंस दिया और कोयला के क्षेत्र में आत्मनिर्भर बनने के लिए लॉजिस्टिक प्लान बनाना इसके लिए गाइड किया। इसके बाद उसको इस प्लान को बनाने में हमारे सचिव महोदय ने समय समय पर रिव्यू किया और डिफरेंट स्टेक होल्डर से कंसल्टेशन में भाग लिया, जिसके कारण ये पॉलिसी और प्लान बन पाया। और एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी साहब नागराजू साहब उन्होंने भी इसमें डेली बेसिस पे रेगुलर बेसिस पे सहयोग किया और डिफरेंट स्टेक होल्डर से कंसल्टेशन किया और सही तरीके से प्लान बनाने में सबकी हेल्प की। इसमें एडवाइजर आनंद जी साहब का भी योगदान है, प्लस सीपीआईएम की टीम का, डेलॉयट का और डिफरेंट स्टेक होल्डर्स ने जिसमें इस प्लान को बनाने में सहयोग दिया, सबका धन्यवाद है। इसके अलावा आज के प्रोग्राम में श्री राजनाथ राम जी एडवाइजर, उन्होंने कोल लॉजिस्टिक पॉलिसी के बारे में नीति आयोग जो सहायता कर रहा है उसके बारे में बताया। इसमें प्लान के डिफरेंट स्टेज पे एडवाइजर एनर्जी साहब का सहयोग रहा और आगे भी सहयोग की जरूरत पड़ेगी। और नीति आयोग के इसमें जो कोल लॉजिस्टिक पॉलिसी के डिफरेंट प्रोजेक्ट का अप्रूवल चाहिए, उसमें हर स्टेज पे हम लोग को नीति आयोग के पीएमडी डिवीजन की जरूरत पड़ती है, तो उनका भी लगातार सहयोग मिल रहा है, तो इसके लिए राजनाथ साहब जी का धन्यवाद। सुशील कुमार साहब जेएस पोर्ट, उन्होंने टाइम निकाल के इसमें आए, इसमें धन्यवाद। उन्होंने पोर्ट ऑलरेडी काफ़ी सहयोग कर रहा है और अभी की रिक्वायरमेंट के हिसाब से पोर्ट पे सफिशिएंट कैपेसिटी है, लेकिन इस प्लान में जो 120 मिलियन टन की हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं उसके आगे के लिए पोर्ट को भी काफ़ी डेवलप करना होगा। अभी इनिशियली हम लोगों को पोर्ट बॉटलनेक नहीं है, लेकिन अगर आगे साथ में चलने के लिए पोर्ट बॉटलनेक ना बने उसके लिए अभी से पोर्ट को साथ में चलना होगा। इसके साथ सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स जिन्होंने इस इनॉग्रल फंक्शन में भाग लिया, सबका धन्यवाद देते हैं और सभी लोगों से उम्मीद करते हैं हम लोग कि आगे टेक्निकल सेशन कंटिन्यू करेंगे, तो टेक्निकल सेशन में सारे लोग भाग लेंगे। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for a short tea break of 15 minutes. Later, we also have arrangements for the dinner at Atrium. Requesting you to kindly proceed at the designated area. So we can proceed ahead with the session. Welcome back everyone. I hope you had a refreshing tea break. Now without any further delay, let's dive into the interactive session of panel discussion moderated by Shri M. Nagaraju Sir, Additional Secretary and Nominated Authority, Ministry of Coal, with stakeholders on the topic of coal infrastructure and logistics development. I would also like to invite the speakers, Shri A.K. Jha Sir, Chairman, JPL, Shri Nilbra Das Gupta Sir, Deputy Chairman, Pradeep Port Trust, Shri Subrat Tripathi Sir, CEO, Adani Ports, Shri Shivam Srivastava Sir, Director, Fuel, NTPC, and Dr. J.K. Vashish Sir, Head Logistic, Ultratech Cement.
Welcome to the CEO's panel discussion by the CEOs on coal logistics. I welcome once again all of you to this formal launching of the coal logistic policy and plan, and also to the CEO's discussions. What we are going to do is, all of you, I think, must have participated, or your teams must have participated in the drafting of the report. And I think each one of you may speak for 4 to 5 minutes initially, main comments you want to make on the report, if there is any missing in that, and if there are any innovative practices you would like to highlight which could be adopted by the coal sector as a whole, that would be helpful. And thereafter, I think once each one of you have completed, we can have a round of questions or comments, views by the participants in this room, and I think then they can be responded by the respect to the speakers. So with these words, I welcome once again and request Mr. A.K. Jha, Chairman JPL, to speak.
Thank you, Sri Nagaraju. Good evening to all of you. First of all, I would like to congratulate Ministry of Coal, Coal India Limited, other ministries who have participated in preparation of that coal logistics plan, which led to formulation of a very comprehensive coal logistic plan. So I request all of you to please give a big round of applause to Ministry of Coal. As you are aware, coal logistic starts from the point of production, that is mine, to the point of consumption, may it be a power plant, steel plant, cement plant, anything. And every chain included from mine to the plant is covered under coal logistics. So first, coal is to be taken from mine to siding, from siding to the consumer ends, and from consumer ends to the plant. In this, as already deliberated in the previous session, that first mile connectivity plays a very major role. I would slightly like to elaborate upon it. You know, when coal industry was nationalized in 71 and 73, there were around 700 mines, 700,000 manpower with a production of only 70 million tons. So that time it was not very much possible to go for a high mechanized infrastructure. So things were going as it is. But now, Coal India alone operates around 350 mines. But most beautiful part is, out of that 350 mines, only 35 mines contribute around 72% of the total production. and 72 mines contribute 87% of the total production. So now it is possible to take first mile connectivity program in a very big way, and Coal India has taken a very ambitious plan, as Minister was deliberating, at a cost of 24,000 crores, covering around 103 first mile connectivity projects. When it is completed, the coal transportation, which is around 65% now by railways, it will improve to 80 to 90%, that too with a reduced cycle time. Now manual loading of rake takes around 2 to 3 hours. When it is loaded through a silo means, it will take only 45 minutes. So turnaround time will also improve, thereby leading to substantial saving of cost. Secondly, rail infrastructure. When through first mile connectivity, it is brought to the point of loading, then it starts railway network. And you have all heard that 37 rail projects are being undertaken, some with the help of railways, and there are few projects which are being financed by the Coal India itself. After completion of this, it will add to more than 300 million tons of added coal loading facilities. Thirdly, and most importantly, when coal is unloaded at the unloading point, from there to plant. So in a meeting, Power Minister has very categorically said that up to 20 kilometers, it should either be through MGR mode or through installation of conveyors. And I very much agree that road transportation is a means of menace. Road transportation is very unhealthy and leads to a very degraded environmental conditions. So road transportation has to be reduced, and it will be reduced by introduction of conveyor or through a merry-go-round system. All these things taken into consideration, I think country is well poised to take care of 1,300 million tons of coal, which will be needed by the country by the end of 2030. Around 1,000 million tons by power sector alone, and around 300 to 350 million tons by other industries. Until and unless these mechanisms are in place, in spite of the fact that we may produce 1,400 million tons, it will not be possible to take this coal to the consumer end. So first mile connectivity, improvement of rail infrastructure, and last mile connectivity. These three activities are to be taken care of so that coal can be reached to the destination efficiently. One very important point I would like to bring to the notice of all of you, that in this case, I think coal linkage rationalization will also play a very major role. Ministry of Coal has done a very good job as far as coal rationalization is concerned, leading to reduction in load on railways, plus saving lot of cost. But further rationalization is possible. There is no need why coal should be transported from Odisha to Gujarat when there are number of power plants which are starving for coal and situated in Chhattisgarh or in Odisha. If that coal can be supplied to those power plants, then it will reduce load on railways infrastructure also, and it will lead to a higher efficiency, because transporting electricity is always better and cheaper than transporting coal to such a higher extent. So I would request that they should give a close look to it, how further coal rationalization can be done, and by timely monitoring and implementation of first mile connectivity, railway infrastructure project, and last mile connectivity, I am sure that country is well poised to take care of coal logistics, and it will be able to transport around 1,400 million tons of coal efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. You can sit, I think I'll. Thank you, Jasa. Now may I request Mr. Nilabra Dasgupta, Deputy Chairman, Paradeep Ports, to speak.
A little bit away from the mic. I think I'm audible. Yeah. This is better.
Additional Secretary and Nodal Authority, Ministry of Coal, esteemed panelists, senior officers of the ministries, and distinguished guests. First of all, I congratulate all of us on this momentous occasion on the unveiling of the coal logistics plan and policy. Indeed, a historic occasion. But as Additional Secretary Sir rightly framed the issue for the panel, now is the moment to go ahead and possibly bring fruition to what has been planned and what has been thought of in this historic document. Now, in terms of where we stand, I represent the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. I belong to the Paradip Port, and a very important metric in terms of what was being discussed by the Honorable Union Minister, as well as the esteemed speakers after that, has been the modal share in terms of how we move coal from the point of origin to the to its ultimate destination. Right now, overall, if we see in terms of the logistics costs that one of the speakers was mentioning, it is fairly high for India. We are moving very fast in rationalizing those costs, and world over we have seen that if we slightly move the modality to more towards waterways and inland waterways as well as coastal shipping, it has a very, very positive impact in terms of both the carbon footprint that is reduced by it, as well as the efficiencies that are brought in terms of the reduction of overall logistics costs. So in terms of that, India still has a very high dependency on road infrastructure in terms of logistics. Of course, in terms of coal, we are talking more of dependency on the railways. But again, a single metric, in a basic Panamax size vessel, we can load in 21 rakes of coal. And if you take it up to Cape vessels, which most of our ports are now being able to handle with the increased draft capacities that they have, we increase that to 50 rakes. So what I mean by that is, if we shift the modality more to coastal shipping or through shipping through the utilizing the waterways, we will have efficiencies that are hitherto undiscovered in terms of the less carbon impact that that particular movement would have on the overall logistics chain, as well as it will also decongest the railway network load that right now caters to both the passenger traffic as well as the cargo traffic. Now, in terms of that, in the last financial year, in terms of coastal cargo that was moved, it was close to about 308 million metric tons composite, both major and non-major ports, all kinds of cargo. Out of that, close to 107 million metric tons was just coal. So we see that it's almost 33% in terms of the movement of overall cargo that is moved through the coastal shipping, and bulk of it is for thermal coastal movement of thermal coal, which feeds the eastern seaboard generating companies. Now, what are the benefits that I have already laid out? What are the challenges? The challenges right now is the ability of the ports to handle the coastal cargo vis-a-vis the ability of the suppliers or the ability of the movers, the first mile movers. So if I take the example of my port, so we have taken certain measures under the Sagarmala program, where there is a port modernization is one of the limbs, port connectivity is one of the important limbs. So in terms of port modernization, we have brought in mechanization of our coal handling processes. We have a mechanized coal handling plant, which has a capacity of almost 41 million metric ton per annum. We also have another partner there, PEQC PTL, which handles close to about 30 million metric tons. And we also have a fully mechanized iron ore handling plant, of which another 3 million we utilize for movement of coastal coal, thermal coal, which we prioritize. So in effect, we have a capacity, a consolidated capacity of 74 million metric tons. And we have a capacity, we have a very advanced railway handling network, and therefore we have today a capacity of handling approximately 65 rakes per day. Now, what is the reality? Last year, we got an average of 31.2 rakes. This year, we have slightly bettered it, and we are getting an average of 32 rakes. Now, there lies the ability to probably discover another efficiency in terms of the capacity that is already latent and already on ground, and the ability of the port to handle that much coal on a daily, monthly, and annual basis, but which is again critically dependent on the first mile and the moving capacity of railways to provide more and more rakes. with better coordination and with more availability of rakes. We are seeing better rake availability, and I'm sure that when we reach, say, 70% or 80% of our present capacity of holding, handling and processing that thermal coal, we will again go ahead. We already have plans afoot to increase our capacity. We are also augmenting and incentivizing coastal movement of coal through giving priority berthing, through giving very aggressive vessel-related charge discounts and cargo-related discounts. But a very important point therein is whether we have the integration of the mines with the inland waterways, which now is being envisaged under the development of the NW5, the Brahmani. We also have recently we have had the Haridaspur Paradip line, which is of course a iron ore line, but that has led to some decongestion in the Talcher lines and better movement of coal. Another problem that I would like to point out here, which again is very germane to this discussion, is the ability of our mechanized handling plants to handle the cargo that is coming in. Now, of late, what we see often is that the quality of the cargo sometimes goes through a certain downgrade. So the ability of the mechanized plants to handle that in terms of the boulders, the sticky cargo that comes out from the mines, the origin point, is something that maybe we have to look at. And if we bring in standard level of cargo or good cargo, it is easier for us to process that and bring in volume benefits to the whole logistics chain and increase the value of the supply chain thereon. At the ports end, we are working effectively to also kind of synchronize the draft requirements of both the supplying ports as well as the receiving ports. Now, with the integration of the inland waterways, with greater deployment of vessels and with an increased thrust on movement of coal because of the increasing energy appetite, and as the Union Minister also pointed out, increasing production by Coal India, I'm sure that in the coming years, coastal cargo will see a huge boost, and we will be the prime movers, and the RSR route will be the preferred route for movement of coal and to be able to cater to the increasing energy appetite of our growing nation. I once again congratulate Ministry of Coal on this momentous occasion. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Gupta. I think let me also tell you, many of the recommendations of Paradeep, your chairman was very active in participating in the discussions while we formulated the logistics policy. In fact, I sent one of my teams also to visit the port, and some of his recommendations actually we have included in the report. And secondly, Paradeep is very key to enhance RSR route for the coal. And then rail infrastructure development or enhancement to Paradeep is the second leg of this enhancement. Right. Once you do that, as you said, 32 rakes goes, we have been saying at least there can be 45. Along with that, I think we also have Dhamra. They also have capacity to handle more rakes, but they are not getting more rakes. I think outside people, I think it can be closed, or somebody, they should be told not to speak. So, Paradeep and Dhamra both play an important role. I am actually glad and thankful to Paradeep Port that your chairman and your team has contributed to the development of this report. Thank you. With these words, may I request now Mr. Subrat Tripathi, CEO Adani Ports, to make his comments.
Thank you so much, respected Chairman, members of the Ministry of Coal, Bismita Madam, members of industry, esteemed panelists. Thank you so much, and on behalf of the private sector, on behalf of APSEZ Ports, I would also take this opportunity to congratulate you, thank you for drawing out not just a comprehensive plan for logistics movement, but answering the core need of energy security of the country. And that's the, that's the objective that all of us and Coal Logistics is towards the objective. First of all, a great sense of optimism overtakes me when I participate in a deliberation like this.
Having seen for years the way the coal logistics, the development of the coal mines and the ports, one is fascinated to see, and if I can quote some of the naysayers of India, V.S. Naipaul, for example, a land of million mutinies, we have come to kind of to fructify from an area of darkness to an area of great hope and optimism. Having said that, let me place in perspective a few things. We've talked about the eastern coal belts, that the fact that Mother Nature has blessed the states of Odisha, Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh, the larger coal belt, the necessity for evacuation of coal to various parts of the country which are industrially more forward. I will not get into the debate as to why industries in Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand and Odisha are starved of coal when it's moving to other places. That's not the topic. What I would like to say is that some of the historical reasons I hear with a lot of enthusiasm Deputy Chairman Paradip Port mentioning. For example, when we started the ADB project in the late 90s, we thought of a turnaround between Talcher and Paradip less than 24 hours. Now, there's no reason why the turnaround should be more than 48 hours, and there's no reason blaming the Indian Railways for that. It's not shortage of rakes, it's shortage of the infrastructure. We have spoken adequately and enough about it. Now's the time to act. So if there are methods of funding to see that these projects can be fast forwarded, A, with adequate involvement of the state governments for land acquisition, with adequate involvement for the development of the mines, and we are all aware as to how the mines are developing. Also the fact that you then get in a good project execution and then take it to the next leg is the ports. The ports, not just the eastern ports of Paradip, which is a great conduit, but also the port of Dhamra. And there I would request my colleague from the Ministry of Railways that for long we have been speaking of missing connectivity. Anugul Sukinda today should run not less than 15 trains either way. If you do, then the ability to bring and add to the basket of an additional 5 million tons is just for asking. We have been overpowering and over-congesting a particular section, and we have been speaking enough of that, whereas new sections have to be discovered. There is no reason today for railways to think of not running two-way train movement. That's one of my first points. The second is to develop the rail corridor at Talcher. It's not just enough to develop Talcher per se, but the rail corridor which will then evacuate on an all-rail mode towards the central and western India, on a rail-cum-RSR mode to eastern ports, of which Paradip, of course, is the first port, and then the spillover of that into the port of Dhamra, into the port of Gopalpur. So linking Talcher and the complex of Talcher to these three ports, linking the Ib Valley and Sardega and Korba, especially Sardega and Ib Valley, to the ports of Gangavaram and Vishakhapatnam is exactly what we should be doing. Now these lines have been doubled. Talcher to Paradip, and the main line will get into third and fourth line. What does the port do over there? Port has to increase its infrastructure. While Paradip port is of course much ahead in this, other ports need to come up, and yours truly on behalf of the Adani ports and APSEZ would say that Dhamra would be capable of handling at the moment more than about close to 6 million metric tons of coal. Now, I would also speak of the RSR not being restricted only between the eastern and southern ports, which is today largely, but also decide on certain amount of ports, which comes to the fundamental question as to how are we allocating from the mines to various power plants and to various industries. If you're going to allocate from the western India into the thermal plants of Gujarat, where you can have substitute by RSR, so I will request the chairman to think along with the Ministry of Power as to what could be the appropriate and justifiable, equitable allocation from particular mines into particular, so that you're able to harness what is the actual RSR sector. If you can then substitute some in the western sector, you're decongesting the railways, you are then opening up more paths for running of trains from in the central India to other in northern Indian kind of power stations, and the south and the west could largely be serviced by the RSR route, and then the ports would have become conduits in that. While we are talking of RSR, we are basically talking of an intermodalism. What does intermodalism mean? It means as much as the first mile connectivity, as much towards the last mile connectivity. Mines must obviously modernize, as must ports, as must the railways, and every particular stakeholder in this. When we modernize and talk of an intermodalism, a logistics puzzle is to see that the intermodalism is played to its truest capability and to its truest potential. When we are able to do this, along with the allocation, I think much of the puzzle of reading the energy security for India, while we're talking for billion tons of coal production, let us not forget that every year the power production in the country and the necessity for power production and the fact that industries are still starved of power, not to talk of domestic power, is the challenge that this House must address instead of merely speaking of coal logistics. Economies of scale come through having deeper ports. Now, it is not enough to have the Paradip port, which is still to attain Cape facilities in the truest sense. They're into baby Cape, which will be 1,30,000 or so. But when the ADB conceived, it conceived of Paradip and Ennore together to be ports having Cape facilities. I think we have been gestating for a very, very long period of time, waiting for that. Now, the ports at Dhamra, the ports at Gangavaram, the ports at Karikal, the ports at other ports have enabled them for Cape facility. It doesn't come easy. It costs money. Therefore, my address to the House and to the Chairman and to the officials of Ministry of Coal, when you're thinking of a VGF, while government ports would have a luxury of a certain funding, unless a VGF is done for the private sector in a PPP mode, and there are many multiple examples. Yes, yesterday, Honorable Prime Minister has inaugurated a port in Chidambaram, in Tuticorin port, where a huge, healthy VGF has been given, considering that containerized cargoes must retain in India. Likewise, in the port of Vizhinjam, Kerala, VGF is being given to promote that container cargo does not evacuate the shores of India. Similarly, a VGF must be granted in a PPP mode through a certain payback into all the ports, not just government, also the private sector ports, to see that they are able to harness and come up to the right standards of modernization so that shipping, ports, rail, mines can then play this puzzle together. One word for certainly railways, and Chairman Sir, you've addressed it very well. The time for heavy haul transportation in railways is the need of the hour. Today, I will just give you one example. We've been talking of the dedicated freight sector, and I will just introduce to the subject by saying that when the Indian exports were heavily dependent on JNPT and other ports and containerized cargo, and there were massive delays in transportation of cargoes from the manufacturing zones of Western and Northern India into the ports in Western India. When this happened, the dedicated freight corridor today has enabled the Indian railways and exporters and importers in India to run timetable trains. I would desire that the time has come for Ministry of Coal, Railways, ports together to have timetable running of trains. We can't afford Talcher to Paradip taking more than 24 hours, which is today more than about 48 hours. That's the crux of the problem. And to do so, a healthy funding program and a heavy haul transportation that is necessary. Heavy haul transportation basically means that today a freight train in India is hauling just about 3,900 tons, and we are all aware that while the railways charges about 4,012 tons per box and rake, you cannot load beyond 3,800 depending on the specs of domestic on thermal coal, which means while the railways would earn a kind of a freight which is a dead freight of about 200 tons, the practical fact is that we cannot transport more than 3,700 or 800 tons of coal. The need of the hour and around the world is that you must have trains which will transport at least 5,000 or 6,000 tons of coal. I would request, Chairman, that you take this up, that heavy haul transportation is the next need of the hour, that it should substitute or it should replace the conventional boxen with more amount of efficient modern wagons so that we are able to transport more than 5,000 tons per rake so that we fructify and take advantage of the economy of scale. These were some of the initial thoughts. I'll wait for some questions or something, but I would underscore the point and once again congratulate you. This was a step that was long awaited. This is a right step in the direction, and I think together we can achieve, as we say, together we can. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Tripathi, and you're as passionate as first time we met, and you gave us a presentation. As I think you must have noted, we have clearly covered the port infrastructure required and why we need to actually move from the rail network to the ports, at least western front, and because that is very important. The one thing you mentioned is there are many points I think you mentioned, but one is the rail corridor from Talcher.
We wanted to do that. I think this year, now the DPR is being done. Once it is, I think, implemented in next 2-3 years, we are double lane. Double lane, Mangul Balram is already approved, and the Patagade also double lane we have asked. And then Cuttack ROR, one RORB when you do it, I think then is going to improve. But till that time, I think we'll be underutilizing the capacity of both Paradeep as well as Dhamra. This is the reality of the coal transportation. In fact, it's not just coal, but other minerals also. But anyway, thank you very much. So may I now request Mr. Shivam Srivastava, Director of Fuel, NTPC, to make his comments.
Hi, very good evening to all of you. Thank you, Chairman Sahab, Mr. Nagaraju, for giving me this opportunity to speak on this august audience. And I congratulate Coal India to be the first ministry to launch this coal logistic plan and policy. Once again, congratulations. And it's going to be a very comprehensive policy. It's going to help the country for the logistics part of it. Friends, you know that power demand is continuously increasing. Post-COVID, demand started surging, and in India, last year, it touched somewhere around 237 gigawatts and it stayed there. Earlier, even now, this RE part was coming up in a very aggressive way, not only in India, but globally. But it has its own complications. And as demand surged, so at one point of time, Germany demonstrated that it could sustain on RE by putting its own entire load on RE for around 48 hours. But same Germany, last year, they removed some of their windmills to expose the coal. So energy security is the top priority of the entire world, and coal is going to be king for at least next 25 to 30 years, what I can see. If you see the supply chain of this power sector, I'll say, we are at the different end, the second end of the supply chain. Starts from the coal, then it comes to the power plant, and then from there transmission line, we transmit power to our subsidiaries or our users, end users. So as an NTPC, we are at the receiving end. Of course, we are taking coal from the Coal India mainly, and from different sources. And again, this logistic part is really very important for us, because without that, we cannot have, we have a number of plants scattered over the country, and we cannot maintain the stock and our consumption without having proper logistics. I'm thankful to Ministry of Coal for their policies which allowed us to operate flexibly and to transport coal from one source to another without any problem, and we are able to sustain our generation and maintain our stocks. As of now, NTPC is generating more than 1 million units per day, and we are going towards, we're expecting generation more than 360 billion units in this financial year. So there are two things. Now, one more development which has taken place, which is DFC, which has reduced the cycle time, and the Boxon, which used to take on an average 4 days, now it has come down to around 1.6 days around. So similarly, what I'm seeing that with Coal India, this MCL and SCCL is going to see a lot of growth. So in line with DFC, we can have this east-west corridor, which starts from Kolkata and come to Nagpur, taking the coal from this MCL mines and giving it to this plant towards the western side. And similarly, we can have East Coast corridor, which may start from Kolkata, Vizag, and then comes to this Vijayawada and all. So catering our southern India plant. As of now, we feel the challenges of coal supplies to our southern India plant, like Kudgi and all plants. So the entire gamut is that our logistics includes MGR, RSR, and your conveyor belts. They should synchronize each other, and capacities are to be balanced so that none of the source is idle. As of now, as a NTPC, we are handling around 100 million ton of the coal through our MGR, which is around 40% of it, of our total consumption. And for rest of the consumption, we are depending upon the railways and other logistics. So, considering this, considering the current demand and energy security, NTPC also entered into mining sector, and as of now, we have 7 mines, and we are also focusing to make it more or more avoiding the road transportation. We already have MGR system in our 3 mines, and we are in the path of putting the MGR system in another 2 mines, sir. So with this RSR we are talking about, RSR is very efficient mode of transportation, but we have to look into the costing of RSR. Maybe once the scales increases, it may come down. And if now, sir, Chairman Saab, and one more thing I'd like to mention here, that as far as logistics is concerned, once we are allocating the coal block or auctioning the coal block, one more thing we have to take care, that we have to provide the provisions of transportation for the adjacent coal blocks. Normally, the coal blocks are allocated, and say 5 coal blocks are allocated, they were adjacent, so we don't have space for coal transportation. So that may be thought of, and we may have provision, and we may have a kind of consortium of the all mine.
Thank you, Mr. Srivastava, for the comments. May I now request Dr. Vashist, Head Logistics, Ultras Tech Cement.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me for this panel discussion. I am on the user side of the coal logistics. I'll just, when we came, we were thinking that there are a lot of challenges, but after hearing over here, we are going with a positive note that there is a lot of solutions are also coming in. Particularly, 65% of the rail, which government now plans up to 87% by rail by 2030. Mechanization, 37 new lines, 14% reduction in coal logistic cost, and 10% increase in the wagon turnaround. But the pain area or the challenge area that we had, rather, I want to cover a couple of points here. Point number 1, we are requiring almost 35 million ton of coal every year in our approximate 25 locations. Now, to the surprise probably to this august audience, only 37% we are moving by rail, which ranges from 20 in some plants, some companies, and up to 60% maximum. Actually, it is much below than the national 65% by rail. We have been struggling, we have been trying to increase it, and we genuinely need it, but the reasons for not happening it, today in our Aditya Birla group, I was checking in the morning, there are 1400 indents which are pending for coal. 1400 indents as of today when I checked in the morning. Major challenges are in the domestic coal, though we do have import coal also, but we have, for the western side, there are different challenges. It is of the freight cost actually. Road cost is cheaper on the western side than the rail cost, and that is up to 400 rupees to 500 rupees per ton. So there, maybe railway can look at having some kind of scheme, rationalizing the scheme which is already there, but we need to work on it, like STS scheme and TAFD kind of schemes they have, but we need to work on this so that it can be competitive to move by rail. We, knowing the shortage of rakes, in fact, during Corona, in some of our plants where the rail quotient was 20%, increased to 40%. So because of the rake availability was better. So the challenge is right now is the rake availability. Therefore, we thought that let us enter into this acquisition of certain rakes. So we have subscribed to the railway policy, which is GPWIS. Under that, we have planned to purchase couple of rakes. Some of them have already been introduced. But the again challenge over here is, from one side, we load, say, clinker, which we produce at our cement plants. From the other side, though it becomes a triangular circuit, we plan to bring coal, particularly it is in east side, and that is somehow yet to happen. Then the major challenge which Tripathi ji has already covered is, in the trains, 4 to 8% is the freight loss, and the transit loss is a major challenge actually. Transit loss also ranges up to 8 to 9% rather, I'll say. These are some of the areas that as a user of rail service, I've just enumerated some of them, but at the end of the day, I can certainly say that after hearing this, I am very positive, optimist that things are moving in a positive direction, and we will find the solution. Government is finding the solution, and we are going to increase our rail share from this 37%. We have already planned to increase it to above 50%, subject to the availability of the rakes. Thank you.
Thank you. I am actually not aware Ultratech Birla Group is taking only 37% by rail. That is a very, very low number. I think now from my division we will write a letter to your boss saying that they should take all the steps to increase, enhance to rail mode. I think 35 million ton is too much coal you are taking, but I think then you are only 37% you are transporting by rail.
11 million ton we are taking by rail.
Yeah, it's very low actually.
Yeah, very low.
Very low. Anyway, that's a different matter, but thank you. Now with this conclusion of we concluded the initial remarks by all the panel speakers. Now we can have, I think, maybe 10 minutes for the comments or questions by the participants. So first come, first basis. Anybody who wants to move on the mic and speak. Mention your name and organization number. Name.
I am Vrindavan from SAIL. So first of all, let me congratulate the ministry for coming out with an integrated approach where they have taken all the stakeholders and customers into loop for formulating a policy. The success of a policy depends upon how well it addresses the needs of the customer. In this, ports, railways, and customers, they've all been taken into consideration while formulating it. But still, we find that even in 2030, our dependence on railways will be around 87%. Although other means are being taken into consideration, like inland waterways. But what I feel is adding 1 lakh wagons, turnaround time targets also should be there, because that will be, as Tripathi Sahab bhi bole, ke timetable has to be there. Now we have sufficient rakes, but there is a lot of congestion. In spite of having rakes, the product is also there, the customer is not getting it. In spite of Coal India doing so well, producing so much coal, we still, because of the congestion of the network, some of the customers like captive power plants, they still are not getting the coal. In spite of the coal being there with the Coal India, we are ready to take it. We are not able to utilize our power plants to full potential. So that part also needs to be taken into consideration if we have to really make it a success. But it is a step in the right direction, that we are moving in direct direction involving everyone. And the timetable for all the concerned ministries for achieving, so that it matches with our requirement. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, sir. I'm Kapil Dhagat from Jindal Steel and Power Limited. First of all, congratulations on coal logistics plans and policy. It's fantastic work. And I am happy that I was also one of the stakeholder consultation when it was conducted at Bhubaneswar. So, sir, my question is for Mr. Entire allocation is through the e-auction route. Because if somebody participates in the e-auction for power sector, it is through Shakti scheme, and the coal is allocated from number of coal mines. So if the entire coal is available at that particular source, then it is justifiable to install the conveyor. This is one. Number two is we are also developing the coal fields like the Powder River Basin in USA, which produced about 400 million tons per year, one coal field. And we are going to create such kind of coal fields in India also, like Ibali, Talcher, and Korba area. So, what is the plan to move 10,000 or 12,000 tons like heavy haul rains? So, this is what is happening in Powder River Basin. The rake capacity is 12,000 tons, and that is being hauled by about 4 to 6 power tractions. So what are our plans to move such kind of railway rakes, because we are going to produce 1,500 million ton of coal, and such pockets will be there in India also. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kapil. We'll answer later. Anyone else? If no one is asking, I think we can conclude this session. And any of you want to make any other final comment? Free.
Has been said, sir.
Okay. Then I think I will answer Kapil. I don't know. I have invited the comments on the speakers, not to the chairman. So, but since you have asked, knowing fully well,
I could take the
yeah, no, I think. See, point is, not only Powder Basin, but even China is doing coal corridors. Okay, all of us know, we are in this business. There is exclusive corridors for coal movement in China, like USA, but they don't have exclusive, but they have long hauls available. Now, China, I think some of you have seen, thermal plants are located in cities, close to cities, whereas the coal reserves are upland. And the coal is transported for hundreds of thousands of miles and through coal corridors. There is not an issue for them. But then again, they are using the heavy haul rails in China also, and America also. Till now, I think we have not thought about it. I think railway colleague is here. If they want to mention about anything, that would be helpful. Now, about the cost of conveyor belt, I agree, the conveyor belt cost is there, but there are two things here. One is private sector, the auction mines, where private sector is having for captive use, they can very well do conveyor belt system or MGR. I think we have made in our tender document also that conveyor belt, MGR are encouraged. I'm only waiting for a trigger to issue a mandatory direction on this. This we should do it also in the long-term interest of the country. For the coal auction from the CIL side, if there also I think we can do some rationalization. If we win the e-auction, and I think we should give priority to the plant from the nearest coal mine, if conveyor belt is possible to build. And that mine I think we should continue to give to the plant. Since it is a long term, I think long term we should be able to do that, provided we do little bit of rationalization and little bit of application of mine, which it's not a big deal actually, because ultimately the price you are paying, if the same grade of coal is available nearest to, I think it should not be an issue. Now, I think may I request Dhananjay to.
Good evening, sir. As you have asked about heavy haul, we have started experimenting with long haul trains, particularly after commissioning of large stretches of DFC. We are doing it now on regular basis. just 2 weeks back, we have started long-haul operation for Mundra Port with double-decker container trains and 2 trains coupled together at 100 km/h speed. So we have been doing this experiment for a long time, and you might have heard about the names like Super Konda, Anaconda and Valmiki. These all were experiments on the line of heavy haul operations itself. Certain technical issues have come up, like we have been number of long loops, the current collections. But right now we have almost established the double trains, the 118 wagons, or that may be say 8,000 ton of coal in one train. So these are now a very frequent sight, in particularly in the DFC area. Gradually we are increasing it, and maybe in some more years we will be able to see that 15,000 ton coal also. Thank you.
So thank you, Chairman, sir. Actually, you have touched a very important point regarding the exclusive corridors. And I think one of the test case for such a corridor, one of the fittest cases, if you look at Talcher and the proximity of the coal-bearing mines and the presence of the steel plant and the desire of India to come up to 300 million tons of production of steel, of which nearly about a third of it will come from the belt of what is called between the Talcher, Paradeep and Dhamra belt. We should seize this opportunity. I would request Chairman sir to specifically take this up on behalf of industry and stakeholders. We would welcome if there is a JV or an SPV to make exclusive heavy haul corridor, irrespective of what the Indian Railways are doing for third and fourth line, because if 120 million tons of coal have to get evacuated from only Talcher, and we are not even talking of the private mines which were cancelled and which are coming up very, very expeditiously, and the coal corridor, then this coal needs an outlet. On behalf of all the stakeholders and on behalf of the private sector, I can certainly say this is a very unique example where both coal can flow in and the necessity of coking coal coming out can also flow out. I'm very thankful that you gave us an opportunity to participate in this deliberations of the IMC, where we had made this point. Perhaps nowhere in the country, and as Mr. Avinash from the Railway speaks about the benefits that have started accruing to trade and industry in terms of timetable trains, in terms of less logistics cost, and the ability to catch a vessel. Please understand, the world logistics are even more complicated with industrial products. While within the country we can do so, we can attain that between Talcher, Kalinganagar, and 2 nodes, one to Paradeep, one to Dhamra. And if you then tell Paradeep and Dhamra that you develop super-sized, Cape-sized berths which are capable of taking what in Brazil and China we do, we run the Rio Tinto, we run the Vale vessels which are actually at 325,000 exclusive runs. We certainly can do that. I think a fit case exists as a part of the recommendations, and it can be on SPV. We would welcome a participation, and we will put our money where we'll walk the talk with you. This is a very fit example where coal comes in, coal goes out. And to answer the question, it is actually the fittest case. You have the Tata Steels, the JSWs, the Jindals, an old plant of Mesco. Everybody is waiting to come up. And as we speak, just remember, India was a few years back less than 100 million tons of steel. While we may leave China aside at 800 million metric tons, this year, this fiscal, we should end up doing 147. And we have left all the steel majors such as Korea, Japan, Germany, USA, which were the traditional steel makers behind. And when you look that India's requirement and per capita consumption of steel is so low, and that the best part of industry is yet to come, and the Atmanirbhar is actually opening the curtains for a hugely potential India that is waiting us. I think, sir, we should take up this. Please take one model case. We will participate. We will put and come with, but do give us a little bit of VGF and just give us the land acquisition. We'll build it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I make a point here, sir? Can I make a point here, sir?
We finish here.
Okay.
Recently, I have visited a thermal power plant to see. At that time, there is a coal rake unloading happening in my presence. In fact, Suddenly I said I wanted to see. Then some said, sir, rake just now came, they are unloading. So I went there. So I was told, NTPC plant, it takes unloading time, I think, 6 hours. 6 hours. The average time they told me that it took, because before that there was a rake, it took 6 hours. This also they are saying 6 hours. Then I was actually asked them, we can, the tripler, can we do 2 triplers for 1 rake? Which actually is possible to do. The only constraint was the land. You have another lane for the tripler, and then same rake can be, in the half of the time, can be sent back. We are not doing, I think, not only NTPC, large number of users are not doing, investing, required infrastructure. That's the only point, because the wagon is there, and we could actually enhance the availability of wagon if you do this. Then I told NTPC, Ariyar, you should do this. We will send something, but this is a small thing, but it will have great impact on the rake availability. But anyway, once again, I thank all the panel members, Mr. A.K. Jha, Mr. Das Gupta, and Mr. Tripathi Sahab, and Shivam Srivastav, and Vashisht, for your valuable comments and support. I think while we took almost a year and a half, I think, to prepare the report and getting approvals. There's a lot of process in the getting approvals. Now, the actual benefit to the country will lie when this is implemented by all the concerned stakeholders, because this is not Coal Ministry's document, because this document was prepared with several consultations, interministerial consultations, and also private sector. And whatever is mentioned here is the result of deliberations at various levels. In fact, Mr. Kapil Dagat is mentioning in Bhubaneswar, yes, Orissa we organized this. I think we also organized in some other places, 2-3 places we have organized. We got a lot of feedback, modified the report, and finalized. So as a country whole, to achieve Atmanirbhar and also achieve efficiency, achieve productivity gains, is important that we all move forward, and so that we'll get benefited. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I would like to thank you all the speakers at the panel, the participants, and Sri Nagaraju sir for moderating this panel discussion. Now, I'd like to request to present mementos to the esteemed speakers. Kindly, sir. Nagaraju sir.
Please don't give me, I have already got one.
Sir, if you can give it to the other speakers. Shri A.K. Jha, Chairman, JPL. Shri Nilabra Das Gupta, Deputy Chairman, Pradeep Port Trust. Shri Subrat Tripathi, CEO, Adani Ports. Shri Shivam Srivastava, Director, Fuel, NTPC. Dr. J.K. Vashisht, Head Logistic, Ultratech Cement. Thank you so much, everyone. Moving on to the next segment of our program. It is my honor to invite Shri Priyam Prasad Sir, Chairman, Coal India Limited, as a moderator for the next technical session featuring the presentation by the leading experts. I would like to invite the esteemed speakers. Shri Ramakant Singh Sir, ED, Ministry of Coal. Shri Dhananjay Singh Sir, ED Works, Railway Board. Shri Shrikant Roy Sir, GM, P&D, Coal India Limited. And Shri Tushar Chakravarti Sir, Director, Deloitte.
So next, we will start technical session. There are total 5 presentations. One is Deloitte Coal Logistics Plan by Shri Tushar. Next is presentation by Ministry of Railways, Development of Railway Infrastructure. Third is Ministry of Coal, Coal Supply, Projection and Growth of Captive / Commercial Mining of Coal. Fourth is MOP SWS and Coastal Shipping of Coal via Ports and Waterways. The last is CIL. I think 7 minutes per speaker is more than enough, and any other question answers. So first one is by Deloitte. So already this booklet is there. If you have given 35 minutes, you alone can tell. But looking into the time constraints and all participants, we can have more question answers. So be brief and can be completed in 6 to 7 minutes.
Well, thank you, sir, and good evening, everyone. First of all, let me thank Ministry of Coal and Coal India Limited for giving us this opportunity to present a humongous document. Ultimately, it came out to be something which is very impactful. And as sir has just now mentioned, it's a more than a 700-page document to sum up in 7 minutes with the key recommendations and takeaway. That will not be justified. So what we will do is we will utilize this time to discuss the philosophy and the approach and methodology which we adopted to arrive at this entire coal logistics document, and what were the key takeaways or imperatives which you would like to highlight here. So first we'll start with the basic point where we started this entire workshop, where we were talking about the vision and objective and the overall coal logistics plan and policy. So there are few key pillars or key elements around which this entire activity is driven, which is integrated, faster, technology-enabled, cost-efficient, resilient, sustainable and trusted. With these initiatives or these earmark things, we started developing this, and we were looking at this entire philosophy that how should we arrive at a document which is dynamic at the same time addressing all these points. There were definitely some objectives which were discussed earlier as well, so I'll not get into that. But the major aspects which were basically addressed initially for the analysis part of ours were first, how do we mention or how do we adequately look into this entire aspect to see that the infrastructure and the availability of rigs going forward is ensured. Of course, digital aspects were also something which were supposed to be addressed along with the optimization. Well, to carry out this entire event, I think we have been discussing this morning. This is not a document which has been prepared by one agency. It has been a document of all of us, and somewhere or the other, all the parties have contributed. When we talk about the entire journey of last 1.5 years, we know that the key stakeholders have been Coal India and Ministry of Coal, but there have been equal participation by some of these ministries in terms of their valuable input, and not only the ministries or the government sector, but also the private sector. They had some very, very important value additions to this entire document, and ultimately that you can see in this recommendations and takeaway part. Well, while we talk about the overall review aspect and how did we progress on this particular assignment, I would like to just give you the overall brief on some of the points. I think in the previous session, Nagaraju sir was mentioning that some of the stakeholder consultation happened. So this journey started way back in 2022, somewhere in the middle of that. But the main aspect started from the middle of March when we had the review with Secretary. We had a document by that time. And then one point was discussed that let's make this document for everybody and let's take the input from all the stakeholders who are going to get impacted. Because this is not a document which we are preparing for today. We are going to develop this document for coming 10, 15 years. And some of the things are going to be absolutely transformational. So with that, we had a 3 stakeholder consultation, one in Ranchi, one in Bhubaneswar, one in Bilaspur. And we had more than 20 participants, almost 20 organizations participating in almost all the workshops and these sessions, these stakeholder consultations. And apart from that, there were multiple virtual inputs and discussions which also happened. Basis that, a revised draft was prepared, which was submitted on 25th. A draft was published on 23rd of May by MOC. And subsequent event happened, and ultimately by 31st July, we had the final address by the Secretary. And today we are here witnessing this remarkable day as the launch of Coal Logistics Plan. I'll just come to the philosophy and some of the key takeaways of this entire logistics plan. We have all these points going into the nitty-gritties, but for just taking on some of the key parameters or descriptions, we'll just like to talk about demand-supply side. We understand that coal is here to stay. So there is no point going into the back and forth on that in terms of demand and supply. We understand there is a substantial quantity which has to be handled. The second thing has been the coal evacuation infrastructure. We understand that 90% of this to be mechanized transportation. And there are multiple projects which are already commissioned, and there are a lot of projects, up to 31 projects which were going to contribute around 291 million ton, and some around 83 new projects with a 900 million ton capacity which has already been planned. While we talk about railway, we understand by 2030 we will have around additional 515 rakes. There could be some plus minus here, but that number is more than 500 for sure, which also is very, very important to address that Odisha, Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand are going to contribute around 75% of the domestic dispatch. So A, you're going to have additional capacity. Third, you're going to address some of this geography which are going to be very, very critical. So this has been the basis of the simulation exercise which has been carried out. Apart from that, we also looked at the waterways growth, where we understand, we discussed this, that RSR, which is contributing 40 million ton, is going to contribute around 120 million ton by FY30. And of course, inland waterways, which we initially estimated to be around 8 million ton, is also going to increase beyond this number. And there are some export potentials as well. Along with that, we also talked about digital initiatives. While we talk about digital initiative, one thing is for sure that there is a dashboarding which would be required, which will be basically real-time AI-based, artificial intelligence-based decision metrics. And that is something which is going to be the endpoint to this entire journey as a continuous process. Logistics mix, we understand that there is a higher reliance on railways which is going to happen. This number is going to go up to 75%. And basis that, the monitoring and implementation of the optimal OD, that's origin destination mapping for pan-India basis, has been developed. While we talk about the carbon footprint, we are also looking at this entire journey more from a greener initiative, because you understand, while we talk about a rake versus a truck, this is almost 3 times in terms of carbon emission. So to address that difference and reducing down this optimal overall benefits, we find that around 100,000 tons per annum of CO2 emission is going to get reduced. Well, taking you further, while we talk about the overall approach and in terms of what were the exercises which were carried out, this was basically happening around 4 pillars. The first was current OD mapping analysis. The second was establishing future optimal supply mix. The third was future OD mapping. And the fourth was analyzing constraint and recommendations. Well, while getting into the details of this, it will definitely take more time, but from the simulation aspect, I do have with me Anant, who has been instrumental in doing these activities. If you can just take us through in the next couple of minutes, 2-3 minutes.
Thanks, Tushar. So I'll just take 2 minutes to run through this. Yeah. So while we have been talking about how power will grow, I would like to reiterate our approach to this. So it was top down as well as bottoms up. So while we linked power demand to GDP growth, we didn't stop there. We also did a bottoms up where we analyzed the optimized PLF of more than 140 plants. So that is mapping distances of power plants from current mines and what is the optimal PLF they can operate by in 2030. Apart from that, additional 27 gigawatts that is under construction, plus additional 21 that could come maybe beyond 2030, but as of now we have included in this scenario. So all in all, the value that we get for coal that is going to be consumed by more than 150-160 power plants comes to about 1.1 billion tons at a growth of 4.7%. And just like today, Maharashtra, MP, UP and Chhattisgarh would constitute 50% of this coal consumption, specifically from power sector. Please go ahead. Talking about NRS, I think steel and cement are going to be the pillars, and both of these sectors, apart from, I would say, steel, apart from driving coking coal, will also be guiding the CPP part of it. So, all in all, the trajectory we see for NRS is more optimistic than power. Nothing's on here. Yeah. So as some of the panelists mentioned that steel growth as per NSP's, the capacity is 300 million tons. Currently, This year we might touch 147. The production is going to rise up to 250 million tons by 2030. That directly translates to almost doubling of the iron ore demand as well. So while we looked at coal, we also have to look at iron ore and other commodities going down the line, maybe also industrial commodities like limestone and others. But under the Amrit Kal push, we think the NRS sector is also going to grow, and with some limitations to renewables for CPPs, I think this number is going to jump upwards of 500 million tons going down the line by FY30. So just to give a glimpse, I think left side you can see various kind of origin destination clusters that we touched. So we had more than 10,000 pairs that we analyzed for origin and destination across major coal fields, major powerhouses and major cement as well as steel factories. And then based on the traffic today and the future traffic that we mapped, we get a capacity utilization number on these lines. We get the constraints. We also bring into the equation coastal shipping, RSR, exports, imports, as well as the impact of national waterways on this equation to come up with the overall, I would say, capacity utilization for future. After that, we looked at each of the blocks in all of the coal fields. We mapped all the trunk lines, feeder lines in each of the coal fields, and we analyzed which route, rational route is coal going to take from these sources to the ultimate power plants. So at the end of this, we had more than 50 recommendations from railway as well as port perspective to provide to the stakeholders that which lines need to be doubled, where the sidings need to come up, which FMC project needs to come up, and where new lines need to come up where there's no existing line. So that was something we did on a coal field as well as on a mine level. So all in all, I think here we highlight more than 21 lines. The panelists have already spoken about most of these lines, so I'm not going to talk about it again. This we have already touched. So based on our model and increased focus on railways, we are going to reduce turnaround time. And although we are saying that this cost savings is 21,000 crore, this is from the perspective of the end consumer. So actually it's going to be taken away from railways. So this is the difference between business as usual versus what could have happened in future. And then this is the analysis we did. We analyzed the distances from all the OD mapping, and what we got was that around 1 lakh additional wagons, even after the procurement that happened in FY23 for coal wagons, 1 lakh additional wagons need to be put into the system to facilitate this. So I think with this, I'll end. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, Ministry of Railways, Sri Dhananjay Singh ji.
Respected Chairman, sir, and fellow participants. Most of the things I wanted to say have been covered earlier also, but I'll be covering what is the way forward which Railways has planned. So, can we get my presentation, please? There were many suggestions regarding Railways network and all those things. I would just like to inform that on our Indian Railways website, whatever projects we are doing survey and whatever DPRs we have prepared and whatever we are progressing every month, how many kilometers we have commissioned, it is all visible on the open website, and we can see our progress also. It is updated on the last day of the month. So tonight, you can see what has been done up to February 29th. And whatever DPRs we have prepared, that also you can see, and whatever network whatever portion of the country we are covering in our future, all our future plans also are visible. Every month it is updated. So many suggestions which have come, they are already there. We are preparing the DPRs and we are going ahead with the construction also. Sorry. So earlier the planning of railways was based on the demands which we used to get from the industry, and based on that we used to do survey, and then we used to go for sanction and construction. But this time we have gone for a program based approach, as Ministry of Coal has done similar process has been followed in the Ministry of Railways also, and we have identified 3 corridors. First is energy, mineral and cement corridor, where we have identified 192 projects, about 22,000 kilometers. And in that we have double lines also, new lines also, and some bottleneck removals where we get delays in our network. As Cuttack was mentioned, or Paradip connection was mentioned, Cuttack flyover, all those things have been included in that. And second, we have high density route. Our 50% network carries most of the traffic. So on those lines, we are going for third and fourth line. And I'll cover it later in the next slides. And there is one more, Rail Sagar corridor, whatever port, Ministry of Shipping and Port has suggested, all those traffic which will be coming on rail has been covered, and 42 projects have been identified. And we'll be getting additional around only 150 million ton from that, from port. So the suggestions which have come when we go for DPR and when we are preparing the our rate of return FIRR, at that stage we are not getting any anticipated traffic which was being informed by some speakers earlier. So whatever projects have been identified, they have been planned, or OD have been planned on the PM Gati Shakti framework, and BISAC portal it has been plotted, and alignment is being decided based on that only. And all planning is done in consultation with all stakeholders, and Niti Aayog is taking a big step in coordinating with all the ministries, and logistical efficiency, it has been covered earlier. So this has also been covered. Our traffic will go up from Indian 5443 million ton to 8464 million ton, and capacity also will go up to 900 gigawatts. So this energy, mineral and cement corridors, which is covering the coal routes, it is estimated completion cost of about 5.95 lakh crores, and 192 projects have been identified, and all will be funded by GBS only, and expected annual cargo is around 700 to 750 million ton. And incremental cargo which will be transported from this program is like this: the coal 653 to 1050, cement, iron ore and bauxite. So incremental you can see on the slide. And the locations, 192 projects, you can see mostly on the Odisha and our southeastern East Coast Railway, and some portion in South Central Railway also. Most of these are on the eastern part, and some in the other parts also, but mostly concentrated on the eastern part. A few new lines also which have been suggested in by different ministries, mostly by Coal Ministry and some by Ministry of Steel. So 6,300 kilometer new lines will be coming, and mostly it will be multi-tracking on the existing route, strengthening of the existing route. Again, I repeat all these details, and where are the connections are, they are available on our Indian Railway website, indianrailway.gov.in, and you can go to IR map and see what is the progress. And these are some projects of bottleneck removal where we get delayed. So 27 rail over rails have been planned, which were, these are the major bottleneck portions where we get delays. 17 bypasses, and some there are critical gaps where we are making small projects there are 26 projects. So in 70 projects, the length is only 800 kilometers. So length is not much, but these are critical for smooth flow of traffic. And second is our mostly HDN routes. Will be increasing the capacity of our HDN routes. We have 200 projects with 4.24 lakh crores estimated completion cost, and that will also be completed in around 9 to 10 years. And expected cargo is around 475 million ton. HDN routes, it is basically GQ, GD, and mostly the most important route is Howrah to Mumbai, which carries the maximum traffic. So this total HDN route is around 34,000 kilometer, and network share is 50%, but total traffic it carries is around 81%. So on these routes, we'll be going for third and fourth line. And basically it will help in decongestion and faster movement. These are the 7 trunk routes of Indian Railway which carry around more than 80% of the traffic. Number 2 is most important for us. And there are 11 more routes which are important for our movement. So total 18 routes mostly carry most of our traffic, around more than 90% traffic is carried on these 7 plus these 11 routes. So we'll be going for multi-tracking on these routes. That's all. It's all. Yeah. So, a few slides more. So you'll have to bear with me.
Okay.
So this is our cargo basket. You can see mostly it is 46% is coal, and that is likely to increase. And this in HDN also, the portions where we are covering have been indicated here. We are not going for multi-tracking everywhere, but the locations where we are getting delayed. And the third line for on complete East Coast has been sanctioned, and we'll be going for fourth line also. Third line, the work has been started. Then there are rail, Sagar port connectivity projects are also there. Here also the length is not much. There are 42 projects, and anticipated traffic is way lesser as we got from our stakeholders. So these 3 corridors are there. And that's all, sir, from my side, sir.
Thank you. Next is presentation by Ministry of Coal, Coal Supply, Production and Growth of Captive and Commercial Mining by Sri Ramakant Singh.
कोल के साइड से सबसे पहले तो अपने एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी नागराव साहब ने इतना डिटेल में बता दिया है कि उसका ज़्यादा कुछ बताने को बचा नहीं है। नागराव साहब के डिटेल में लॉजिस्टिक प्लान के बारे में बताने के बाद मंत्री जी ने भी काफ़ी विस्तृत चर्चा की इसके बारे में। फिर डेलॉयट बता चुके हैं, तो इसलिए मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन शायद सबसे छोटा होगा। मेनली मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कोल के साइड से कोल प्रोडक्शन को 2030 तक 1.5 बिलियन टन करने का प्लान है, और इंपोर्ट कम से कम डोमेस्टिक थर्मल कोल का इंपोर्ट ख़त्म करके डोमेस्टिक सोर्स से उसकी सप्लाई पूरी हो, और स्टेट ऑफ आर्ट टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज़ किया जाए, और इसके साथ साथ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के जितने भी कोल इवैक्यूएशन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर उनके काम पूरे करने हैं। तो कोल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के काम पूरे करने के लिए बेसिकली इस कोल लॉजिस्टिक प्लान को बनाया गया है। इसमें प्राइवेट एलोकेटेड ब्लॉक के बारे में दिया हुआ है। प्राइवेट एलोकेटेड ब्लॉक हम लोग के यहाँ CMSP एक्ट के अंदर में दिए गए हैं, कुछ MMDR एक्ट के अंदर में दिए गए हैं, कुछ पहले पुराने अलॉटमेंट के थ्रू दिए हुए थे, अभी सारे के सारे ऑक्शन के थ्रू हो रहे हैं अलॉटमेंट। तो टोटल 161 ब्लॉक MMRD के टोटल दिए हुए हैं 161। कुछ एंड यूज़ पावर के लिए हैं, कुछ NRS को दिए हुए हैं, कुछ डायरेक्टली कमर्शियल यूज़ सेल के लिए दिए हुए हैं। 161 में से 56 ऑलरेडी माइंस ऑपरेशन में आ गई है, 105 नॉन ऑपरेशनल माइन है, और कुछ जो बाकी 51 प्रोडक्शन में है, और बाकी 56 के लिए परमिशन मिल चुकी है। तो प्राइवेट माइंस आने से कोल का प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाने में काफ़ी फ़ायदा मिल रहा है। कोल का प्रोडक्शन जो पूरा पब्लिक सेक्टर में होने से उतना तेज़ नहीं बढ़ रहा था, प्राइवेट माइंस आने के बाद, और पब्लिक सेक्टर के भी माइंस MDO और रेवेन्यू शेयरिंग के थ्रू होने के बाद कोल का प्रोडक्शन काफ़ी तेज़ी से बढ़ा है। तो अभी इस साल 1 बिलियन टन के आसपास जो प्रोडक्शन होगा उसको 2030 तक 1.5 बिलियन टन करने का प्लान है, जो अचीवेबल टारगेट लग रहा है। मेनली प्राइवेट माइंस आने से फ़ायदा तो है, प्रोडक्शन बढ़ रहा है, लेकिन इसमें एक लॉजिस्टिक चैलेंज भी है। जो CIL की या कुछ पब्लिक सेक्टर के माइंस आने में हम लोगों को रेशनलाइजेशन का फ़ायदा मिलता था कि जहाँ पे ईजिली कोल किस माइंस से ईजिली कोल कहाँ पहुँच सकता है, उसको रेशनलाइजेशन के थ्रू दिया जाता था। प्राइवेट माइंस जो भी आ रही उसमें बायर फिक्स है और उसका कंज्यूमर फिक्स, मतलब प्रोड्यूसर फिक्स है और कंज्यूमर फिक्स है, तो फिक्स OD पे सॉर्ट ऑफ हो गई। उसमें रेशनलाइजेशन का कोई स्कोप नहीं रहेगा या काफ़ी, या अगर होगा भी थोड़ा मोड़ा तो बहुत कम होगा। तो ये लॉजिस्टिक के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से चैलेंज है। अभी हार्डली 10% से ट्रैफिक जा रही है प्राइवेट की, अगर ये 10% है 20%, 30% ट्रैफिक होती है, तो ये लॉजिस्टिक के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से डिफ़िकल्ट होगी, क्योंकि अब वो कंज्यूमर अपना जिस पॉइंट पे ले जाना है उसी पे ले जाना है, उसको हम रेशनलाइज करके चेंज नहीं कर सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट इसमें कोल सप्लाई का प्रोजेक्शन ऑलरेडी दिया, डेलॉयट का ही है, ये डेलॉयट ने दिया है प्रोजेक्शन। तो 1 से 1.5 बिलियन तक पहुंच जाएंगे, इसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, इसको इजीली अचीव करना चाहिए। तो बेसिकली अभी हम लोग कोल शॉर्टेज में चल रहे थे अब तक, तो कोल शॉर्टेज से हम लोग अब कोल करीब करीब बराबरी पे जा रहे हैं और नियर फ्यूचर में कोल सरप्लस की हो जाएंगे। तो कोल सरप्लस होते ही कोल सरप्लस के अलग चैलेंज है। अभी तक हम जिस टाइम पे भी कोल को प्रोड्यूस कर रहे थे उस टाइम पे हमको बायर अवेलेबल था, बायर हमारा वेट कर रहे थे। कोल सरप्लस होते ही हमको प्रोडक्शन बायर के हिसाब से मैनेज करना पड़ेगा, उनको बायर को यूनिफॉर्म सप्लाई यूनिफॉर्म चाहिए। अभी हम लोग का प्रोडक्शन लास्ट क्वार्टर में कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड है, उसको प्रोडक्शन को बायर के हिसाब से स्प्रेड करना पड़ेगा। और सेकेंड, अपने प्रोडक्शन को सेल करने के लिए इसमें फर्दर वैल्यू एडिशन की जरूरत पड़ेगी, लाइक वॉश्ड कोल और गैसिफिकेशन इस टाइप से, जिससे कि हम प्रोडक्ट को सेल कर सकें अपने। और सीजनल फ्लक्चुएशन को कम करना होगा जितना मिनिमाइज कर सकते हैं। प्लस अभी तक कोल का प्रोडक्शन जितना भी हम प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं उसका 100% सेल हो रहा है, बट और सारी इंडस्ट्री पार्ट प्लांट लोड फैक्टर पे ऑपरेट करती है, लाइक पावर है कुछ पर्टिकुलर PLF पे ऑपरेट करता है। हम अभी कोल सेक्टर में प्रोडक्शन 100% लोड फैक्टर पे ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं बेसिकली। तो जब हम कोल सरप्लस क्यों जाएंगे तो प्रोडक्शन भी मार्केट के डिमांड के हिसाब से होगा, तो वो प्रोडक्शन भी मार्केट को देख के करना पड़ेगा। हमारा जो प्रोडक्शन आ रहा है इसमें मेजर प्रोडक्शन स्टिल अभी CIL का ही रहेगा। और सप्लाई साइड में हमको बेसिकली 3 साइड जो है हमको प्रोडक्शन, लॉजिस्टिक इंफ्रा और मार्केट। तो प्रोडक्शन के साइड में काम हो रहा है, लॉजिस्टिक इंफ्रा काम हो रहा है, साथ साथ मार्केट भी हमको क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा। इसमें 5 साल के प्लान पे 5 साल के प्लान के हिसाब से 5 साल बाद हम लोग के प्लान के हिसाब से तीनों शायद मैच कर जाएंगे, प्रोडक्शन, लॉजिस्टिक इंफ्रा, मार्केट मैच कर जाएंगे। लेकिन बीच के पीरियड में उसको मैच करने के लिए हम लोग काफ़ी एफर्ट करना पड़ेगा। 2030 में तीनों भले ही बराबर हो, आज की डेट में हो सकता है प्रोडक्शन ज़्यादा हो, कल की डेट में हो सकता है कि हमारा प्रोडक्शन और लॉजिस्टिक इंफ्रा आ जाए, डिमांड उतनी ना हो, तो तीनों को मैच करके चलना बीच के पीरियड में और डिफ़िकल्ट होगा। लॉजिस्टिक साइड में हम लोग फर्स्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी पे काम कर रहे हैं, वो ऑलरेडी एक्सप्लेन किया चुका है। लॉजिस्टिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बॉटलनेक, इसमें ऑलरेडी एक्सप्लेन किया गया है पहले। कोस्टल शिपिंग के बारे में काफ़ी बातें हो चुकी हैं, तो इन सबको स्किप कर जा रहे हैं। और मेनली रेलवे प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में भी धनंजय जी ने बताया। तो इसमें मेन पॉइंट एक बचा कि हम लोग 1.5 बिलियन टन सप्लाई, मतलब कोल प्रोडक्शन की बात कर रहे हैं, तो उसके लिए सप्लाई होपफुली 1100-1200 मिलियन टन की रेंज में होगी 2030 तक। तो इसमें साथ साथ रेलवे का भी प्लान 3000 मिलियन टन का है 2030 का। अभी रेलवे की ट्रैफिक 1600 मिलियन टन है, 1600 से 3000 मिलियन टन अगर रेलवे को जाना है तो रेलवे के भी मेजर कमोडिटी कोल है, तो रेलवे भी कोल रेलवे पे डिपेंडेंट है, रेलवे भी उल्टा कोल पे डिपेंडेंट है। तो रेलवे को अपनी ट्रैफिक अगर चाहिए तो उसको फाइनली अपनी ट्रैफिक एक मेजर पोर्शन कोल से लेना पड़ेगा, तो वो अदरवाइज भी बाउंड है इनको करने के लिए। नेक्स्ट जो है, और सारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर साइड में रेलवे साइड से बजटरी सपोर्ट अभी काफ़ी ज़्यादा मिल रहा है, उससे रेलवे प्रोजेक्ट के एग्जीक्यूशन में दिक्कत नहीं आ रही है। तो होपफुली इस प्लान को हम लोग एग्जीक्यूट कर पाने में सक्सेसफुल होंगे। थैंक यू।
Thank you. Next presentation is by Paradeep Bhatt.
Yeah, okay. The battery is over.
ये नहीं चल रहा है।
Yeah. It's easy, sir. Am I audible? Anything? I think as it is, I am audible. Yeah. So, yeah, here I am once again. Thank you for the opportunity, sir. This is a brief presentation on behalf of the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. I am Nilab Das Gupta, Deputy Chairperson, Paradeep Port Authority, and we are the prime movers of coastal cargo in terms of coal, the thermal coal that we move. Now, my presentation is consists of 15 slides, but we'll quickly brush through it. The emphasis point is to kind of relay focus on shifting the modality more to the RSR and also to find out what are the benefits or the efficiencies that are there in moving the cargo through the shipping mode. So, okay. This seems to be playing. Yeah, so to begin with, this is something that I briefly touched upon in the panel discussion in terms of what is our prime objective. Our prime objective is to kind of reduce the logistics cost that is right now, as the Honorable Union Minister pointed out, in the range of 11 to 14%, give and take a few. Now, the overall world average is probably something, hitting 7 to 8%. And how do we do that? What we see is the best practice cases. If we see China, USA and Europe, you'll see that the modality share, the modality split in terms of how cargo is moved is heavily dependent on rail as well as waterways, and very less on roadside. Naturally, the roadside also has its own problems in terms of the heavy carbon footprint that it has, and also in terms of the other problems in terms of congestion, in terms of lack of speed, in terms of more impediments and obstacles, and lower parcel sizes. So we have China, which is at 34% in terms of the waterways share. In USA, because they have a very, very widespread road network, still if you notice, there's 10% on waterways and a very healthy 21% on pipelines, along with the railways at 31%. Even Europe's, it has a very well-developed waterway system. It has 42%. India right now is lagging very, very behind at 7% only. And that is where we feel that there's a lot to be discovered in terms of what we can expand and achieve, which will have a spin-off effect in drastically reducing our logistics cost and also reducing our carbon footprint, which again is going to be a very important parameter while moving coal as well as other cargoes in the times to come. So, so this is the brief snapshot of the total coastal cargo volume that we are handling at all Indian ports, major and minor combined. So in the financial year 22-23, we handle around 308 million metric tons. And in terms of the coastal cargo that was handled by the major ports, the 308 was total for all the major and non-major ports. Approximately 107 was handled in the major ports, and there if you can see, out of the 12 major ports, Paradeep Port Authority alone handled approximately 58.4 million metric tons, followed by Mumbai Port and Vizag, which are in the region of 20 million metric tons in terms of the overall coastal cargo that was handled. Now, if we come to the commodity-wise coastal cargo volume at Indian ports, which is again the focus for our discussion today, which is coal, we see that the movement of coal through the coastal shipping route has also seen a sequential increase. And in the year financial 22-23 financial year, we have moved approximately 103 million metric tons of coastal cargo, which comprised of coal, which is the highest, and was followed by iron ore and petroleum products. Yeah. Now, this is a brief projection of how the coastal cargo landscape will expand. If we go by the Maritime India Vision document, which was released in 2021, we see that in the financial year 2030, we are looking at a healthy figure of 130 million metric tons, which will be moved by the ports in terms of coal. But I'm sure that with the various measures that are undertaken, that will have really undergone a sea change, and it would be almost, maybe if not doubled, it will increase by another 40 to 50% as on present day estimates. So here, what are the key enablers? The major loading ports are, of course, Paradeep, Haldia and Vizag on the east coast because of the hinterland proximity to the coal producing belts. And the major unloading ports as of today are Krishnapatnam, Ennore and Tuticorin, because those are the ports where the GENCOs are located. And the key enablers are the eastern port cluster, which is ramping up its coal handling capacity through mechanization as well as through industrialization and more infrastructure investments. There is also what we have discussed in terms of the enabling steps taken by both Coal India and the Rail Ministry. Now, one of the important things that we are targeting is also movement to the through the coastal, the RSR route to the western sea front, because as it is, we have 7,500 odd kilometers of sea coast and almost 14,500 kilometers of unutilized inland waterways in India as of now. Now, therein, there are also some challenges. Some of the challenges are the high first and last mile costs, of course, inadequate port connectivity, unavailability of return cargo, which has an effect on the overall cost that the parcel and the shipment will bear. The lack of aggregation, which again multimodal logistics parks, which for example Paradeep has one, is now a good solution to, which can aggregate the parcel sizes to therefore getting more volume efficiencies, limited availability in terms of coastal trade as on date. Of course, handling and storage infrastructure issues at the ports, which has been addressed by the Sagarmala program, under which we are looking at augmentation of port infrastructure. That's a very important point there. Lack of level playing field for coastal shipping with other modes of transportation. I'll come on that in a subsequent slide, where there are issues where we may look at rationalizing of costs in terms of how the same trip may cost in terms of telescopic pricing by railways. And of course, we have to also look at rationalizing the documentation processes where foreign ships, they can convert into coastal movement ships and thereby transport coal in a better manner. Yeah, now I'm coming to my port because it handles the maximum amount of thermal coal cargo. We are the largest major port in not only the east coast of India, but thankfully this year will be the largest major port in terms of the cargo handled for all of India. We are rated at 289 million metric tons. We have shown the highest incremental output. One important metric which I wanted to discuss, because it was put through by Mr. Tripathi while we are discussing, is the OSBD, the output that we are achieving, because that's a very important metric in terms of the impact on the turnaround times that we have on the movement of the cargo. Now, in Paradeep, we are right now at approximately 35,000 million metric tons per day. However, in terms of the coal handling, we are somewhere around 45,000. So we have a very healthy output productivity ratio that we are doing, which is much higher than what is already the benchmark in India. Paradeep is one of the highest in India, but in terms of the coal being handled by our mechanized coal handling plant and our sister PECQ PTL plant, that's around 40 to 45,000 metric tons per day. We did 58 million metric tons of coastal shipping, approximately 42 million metric tons of coal, which this year we are going to target at around 49 million metric tons with an overall target of 64 million metric tons. What we have also done is we have also frozen our scale of rates, and we offer the lowest vessel related charges and the cheapest cargo related charges, making us one of the cheapest ports in India. Okay, this is some trumpet blowing. We were given 2 awards. We were the best port in terms of operational capacities, and also we were awarded the Sagar Shrestha award for consecutive 2 years. Now, we are also the coastal shipping hub of the country. If you see the total coastal cargo, we are targeting 64 million metric tons this year. As of January, we have already achieved 49, out of which the cargo share for coal is 47 that we have pegged it for the current year. We have achieved 36 million metric tons as at the end of January, and we are pretty sure that we will achieve our overall target. How that this has been achieved, how this incremental increase has been achieved is by bringing in new SOPs, wherein we have reduced the distance between the rakes. There are also, as someone pointed out, we are now connecting the rakes. We have increased the tippling efficiency. We have looked at how to make our hoppers and tipplers and also connect the IOHP plant with the MCHP so as to get better stackyard availability. We have commissioned a new thermal coal terminal which has added 30 million ton capacity to the port. Apart from that, we are looking at also our rail infrastructure, how to make it more efficient and how to bring in more faster and easier processing speeds. Now, this is the coastal coal cargo handling snapshot at our port. The total available infrastructure is to handle coastal thermal coal to the tune of 74.2 million metric tons per annum. We have 3 berths. We have the MCHP, the JSW berth and the IOHP berth, and we also have a very healthy almost 4 lakh square meterage of stackyard area, which is right now more than sufficient in terms of the total thermal coal that we are handling. We have a vessel handling capacity of just like to point out, we are not only handling baby capes. With our berths, we are also handling capes at 16.5 to 17 meter draft. We have approximately 2.5 lakh metric ton capacity of vessel handling every single day with 5 dedicated berths of our mechanized coal handling plant and our JSW terminal. Right now, with all the available cargo handling facilities, we have a total capacity of 65 rakes, which is our handling capacity. Now, what are the facilities that we have specifically taken, or what are the measures we have extended for thermal coal and augmenting it? We have, as I said, we are the cheapest port with the lowest CRC and VRC, which we have frozen up to 2025 to give certainty to our clients. We have dedicated coastal berths, which are all mechanized, and we are handling we are handling cape vessels of 180 metric ton, 180,000 metric ton capacity. We have waived off the shifting charges, which is again a way to incentivize the coal movement. And we have introduced priority berthing for all thermal coal cargo vessels so that they get priority in terms of berthing. Yeah, this is a brief snapshot of how Odisha, because it is the hinterland in terms of Odisha, Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh. So today we have 3 ports, Dhamra, Paradeep and Gopalpur. 2 more ports are on the anvil, Ashtaranga and Subarnarekha. Now under the Gati Shakti National Master Plan, there are approximately 22 rail projects and 6 road projects accumulating to 41,000 crores odd, out of which approximately 11,000 crore worth of rail projects have already been finished, completed in Paradeep port, and approximately another 20 odd thousand crores are on the anvil. Now, this is another important point that was touched about, that is about utilizing not only the coasts, that is the sea, but also the inland waterways. Now, there is an SVP, as everybody has mentioned, which is going to utilize the potential in National Waterways 5, which is the Brahmani channel, which will connect Talcher to Paradeep, and a part of it has been, the EOI has been issued by the IWAI for Padanipal, Paradeep and Dhamra, and hopefully this, when it sees fruition, it will add. Apart from that, there's another national waterway, which is National Waterway 64, which is again connecting Sambalpur to Paradeep. In the times to come, maybe that will also give us much more benefit in terms of the higher movement and lower logistics costs. Now, this is another slide which talks about how some of the measures could be taken to promote coastal shipping. This is, I think it's known to everybody about the swapping between NTPC and NTPL in terms of the cargo being moved from the mines, which would reduce approximately 200 kilometers. It is being considered, and such small measures, if taken, can actually bring in a lot of effect in terms of reducing the logistics cost as well as the time of movement. Apart from that, what we are now doing is not only moving coastal coal to eastern seafront, but we have also moved shipments to right now to Goa and Maharashtra. We are also targeting Gujarat because we are able to move volumes. If the railway route is further made more efficient, we are sure that we can also supply volume to the western coast of India. Now, this is what I was talking in terms of the rationalization of rail freight. Now, to make the rail RSR viable, we have to make it cheaper or at least competitive in terms of what we can do in terms of the same movement in terms of an ARR route. Now, I'll just cut it short to the fact that in terms of the telescoping of rates in railways, sometimes the same distance, the shorter distance becomes extremely expensive, therefore making it unviable for the client to move it through the sea route. Now, if the railways and the ports and the other stakeholders come together and find a viable way to make that particular movement feasible, then I think we would not only reduce the congestion, we will get a more greener movement, a path of movement, and also we'll be able to move volumes. As I said, that our single cape vessel would be taking approximately 50 rake worth of thermal coal. Now, some of the other measures which we suggest in terms of promoting coastal shipping of thermal coal or coal is deployment of adequate vessels by GENCOs for evacuation of cargo from our port as well as the other eastern ports, and especially considering that larger volumes and would bring in more efficiency, and we are reducing our turnaround times, which in case of Paradeep is approximately 41 hours as we stand today. We have given priority berthing for coastal thermal coal vessels at our ports, so we should also extend the same at both the origin as well as the destination ports. We have to look at our draft capacities. We have to synchronize them both in terms of the origin as well as the destination ports and increase it so that we can move coal through Cape vessels. We should have we should make available adequate rail capacity, because right now, as I said, we are able to handle 65, but we are getting an average of 32. And apart from that, we should look at integrating the inland waterways with the mines and the industry, thereby utilizing the potential in the inland waterways and making movement of coal much easier, much cheaper, and more efficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Next, last presentation is Srikant Rai from Coal India.
Presentation. Very good evening, sir. As advised by the chair, I would like to keep it absolutely brief. I'll be speaking only on the development of coal infrastructure like FMCs, sidings and railways, which has been funded by Coal India. In fact, in 2013 itself, Coal India had prepared a blueprint looking into the future coal production and expansion scenario. तो 2013 में ही एक ब्लूप्रिंट का ये किया गया था, जिसके अंतर्गत जितने हमारे कोल फील्ड्स हैं, जो ग्रीनफील्ड कोल फील्ड्स हैं, वहाँ पर रेल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नेटवर्क नहीं रहने के चक्कर में वहाँ पर हम लोग ने डिपॉजिट बेसिस में बोलते हैं। कीपिंग द फ्यूचर प्रोडक्शन टारगेट इन व्यू, हम लोग 2013 में ही जो है एक ब्लूप्रिंट हमने तैयार किया था, जिसके अंतर्गत जितने भी हमारे ग्रीनफील्ड प्रोजेक्ट एरियाज हैं, कोलफील्ड्स हैं, वहाँ पर हमने डिपॉजिट बेसिस में रेल नेटवर्क के लिए हमने इन्वेस्टमेंट किया। इन एडिशन टू दैट हम लोग ने 3 SPVs बनाए, एक छत्तीसगढ़ स्टेट में, एक उड़ीसा के स्टेट में और एक झारखंड के स्टेट में, क्योंकि यही हमारे 3 की सब्सिडीज है विच विल बी फ्यूलिंग अराउंड 70% ऑफ आवर प्रोडक्शन। साउथ ईस्ट रेलवे में जैसे हमारे 5 मेजर माइंस रहेंगे, प्रोजेक्ट्स रहेंगे, महानदी में 5 और सेंट्रल कोलफील्ड्स में 5। हमारा अभी जो प्रेजेंट अराउंड 700 हमारा ये है जो प्रोडक्शन हमने ये किया है, हमको इसको 305 तक लेके जाना है। ये रेल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ साथ जो फास्टर लोडिंग के लिए हमने फर्स्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी भी ये भी लिया है, जिसमें 2019 तक हमारे पास 20 रैपिड लोडिंग सिस्टम्स थे, जिसकी कैपेसिटी 151 थी, और प्रेजेंटली हम लोग जो है 95 हम लोग ने इन्वेस्टेज किया है कि हम लोग 2028-29 तक कर लेंगे, हैविंग अ रैपिड लोडिंग कैपेसिटी ऑफ अराउंड 988 मिलियन टन। इसमें जो है हमारे ऑलरेडी ये 2019 से लेकर के अभी हमारा, अगर हम जो अभी रिसेंटली हमारे नॉर्थ तुरीमारी में को भी अगर हम ले लें तो हमारा अराउंड 15 FMC प्रोजेक्ट्स हमारे ऑलरेडी कमीशन में आ गए हैं, विच विल कंट्रीब्यूट टुवर्ड्स द फास्टर इवैक्यूएशन ऑफ कोल फ्रॉम द साइडिंग्स। रैपिड लोडिंग सिस्टम पे कोल इंडिया का बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस एरिया रहा है। इसमें हम लोग ने 3-4 फेजेस में इनफैक्ट हम इसमें काम कर रहे हैं। फर्स्ट फेज में हमने 35 माइन हम लोग ने आइडेंटिफाई किया था, 414 कैपेसिटी मिलियन टन कैपेसिटी का उसमें, जिसमें से हमने ये 35 में से हमने 9 प्रोजेक्ट्स जो हैं ये हमने ऑलरेडी कमीशन कर चुके हैं। सेकेंड फेज में हमारे 9 प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं और थर्ड फेज में हमारे 17 प्रोजेक्ट्स आइडेंटिफाइड हैं और फेज नंबर 4 फेज 14 फोर्थ में हमारे 14 FMC प्रोजेक्ट्स आइडेंटिफाइड हैं। कोल इंडिया ने एक पॉलिसी डिसीजन ये भी लिया है कि 2 मिलियन टन एंड अबव माइंस जितने भी रहेंगे दे विल, जहाँ भी टेक्नो इकोनॉमिकली फिजिबल होगा हम लोग उसमें रैपिड लोडिंग सिस्टम का इंट्रोडक्शन करेंगे। ये हमारे जो मेजर कोल फील्ड्स है जहाँ पर हम लोग ने रेल का नेटवर्क हमने फंड किया हुआ है, जिसमें SECL में हमारे 2 SPVs हैं, CERL और CWRL, जिसमें से CERL फेज 1 का जो प्रोजेक्ट है वो ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर लास्ट ईयर इनॉग्रेट कर चुके हैं। महानदी में हमारा एक झारसुगुड़ा बरपली सारडे का जो एक ग्रीनफील्ड एरिया था वहाँ पर हमारा डबलिंग भी इनॉग्रेट हो चुका है दिस ईयर। अंगुल बलराम का जो अंगुल बलराम जो लेग है हमारा, जो तालचेर में यूनी डायरेक्शनल पहले फ्लो था ट्रैफिक का, उसको इंडिपेंडेंट इग्रेस के लिए हमने ये फंड किया था, जो कि ये ऑपरेशनल है। ये लास्ट ईयर ये इनॉग्रेट हो चुका है। CCL में तोरी शिवपुर का ट्रिपलिंग भी हमारा ऑलमोस्ट कंप्लीट है। इसमें हमारे जो है हम लोग ने इस तरीके से करीब 335 किलोमीटर का रेल लाइन फंड करते हुए करीब 280 मिलियन टन कैरिंग कैपेसिटी रेलवे नेटवर्क में हमने ऐड किया है। ये सर ऑलरेडी हम बात कर चुके हैं, जो ये महानदी में जो चैलेंजेस हैं, जो की इनेबलर्स हैं, ये एक ब्रीफ में दिया हुआ था। साउथ ईस्ट रेलवे में इस साल हम लोग ने करीब 287 रेक्स पर डे हमने लोड किया, विच इज जिसमें से हम लोग ने अराउंड 54 रेक्स पर डे हमने रैपिड लोडिंग सिस्टम से किया है। ये रैपिड लोडिंग सिस्टम इंट्रोड्यूस होने से हमारा जो है ये ना ही सिर्फ इको फ्रेंडली मोड है, इसमें हमारे डेमरेज चार्जेस एंड ऑल ये सब भी हमारे कम होते हैं, प्लस कोयले का जो क्वालिटी है वो भी हमारा इनहांस होता है। सपोर्ट हमको अभी भी फर्दर हमको चाहिए होगा। हम इंडियन रेलवे से हम रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं कि हमें जो है जो जितने भी हमारे रेलवे प्रोजेक्ट्स हम लोग ने आइडेंटिफाई किए हुए हैं उसको टाइमली कमीशनिंग करें। MOC से हम लोग को हेल्प चाहिए होगा एंड स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से लैंड एक्विजिशन एंड RNR इश्यूज होते हैं, कुछ स्टैट्यूटरी क्लियरेंस होते हैं, ये सब में लिए हम लोग को हेल्प चाहिए होगा।
Okay, thank you. Now we can take up question answers, any if any.
Chairman sir, I would like to say something about, a topic which has been just touched upon, has not been elaborated, pertain to OD matrix. And Anant would bear me out. In fact, I happen to be associated with this team when they were working on this project. One weak area that has remained in this whole exercise is that the OD matrix has not yet been fairly well defined. In fact, it is becoming more and more fuzzy. It is, compared to what it happened to be 20 years ago, even for those powerhouses which happened to be operating earlier and the mines which had been operational, the OD matrix is fuzzier. Now you add to that the new mines that are coming up, the new powerhouses that are coming up, they have not been linked. And over and above the commercial mining and the private mine. So this will cause a huge disruption so far as the OD matrix goes. Now coming to the fixedness of the OD matrix, there is one thing which is very important. I don't know how many of you are aware of this fact. There happened to be a policy of the Government of India, there was freight equalization policy, which came about in 1953, and 1953 for nearly 41 years it remained in force. That was one policy which led to the proliferation of powerhouses in distant places, at Punjab sourcing coal from eastern India, Haryana sourcing coal from eastern India, and coal going all the way to Gujarat from eastern India. 1993, when this policy was discontinued, yet the effect continued. Why? Because there was no national grid, there was no unified grid. So the powerhouses which were located in those areas, they continue to operate and railways continue to proliferate. Now, herein comes the case of DFC. DFC had been conceived in 2006. Now we are seeing the fruition is now getting completed on the eastern side I'm talking about. Because eastern side is what is basically meant to carry the coal. Now the idea was that coal would be carried from eastern India to Punjab, to Haryana, to UP, to distant powerhouses through this DFC. By the time DFC started getting commissioned, national grid also became a reality, and now the disruption has come about. So what, I don't know whether Avinash is here or not, I can foresee very well that the traffic on DFC will not be growing much in days to come. It will not be growing much. On the other hand, the traffic has now been growing in a part where empty materialization is not taking place, that is MCL. How will you be making that empty materialize in MCL area and not evacuate? Because you are generating some number of empties in MCL, but from outside you are not getting those many. So if you have a plan to load 330 million tons from that area, from Odisha area, then where from those empties would be coming in, that I'm talking about empty rakes, that will have to be given a very serious thought. So OD matrix is what is going to define in days to come how this evacuation whole thing would be taken care of, whatever has been proposed in this plan. And for that, involvement of railways towards that, involvement of coal and port, that also will be very important. And as Nilabru was talking about this discount, so can government be persuaded to go back to the days of freight equalization? That is one thing, one point I think I'd like to ponder about.
Okay, thank you. Any others?
Good evening, sir. I am S.S. Jha from Central Coalfields Limited, sir. Respected sir, my question is for Mr. Tusharji Deloitte. Okay, sir, one of the key recommendations, 7 key recommendations which relates to CCL coal blocks and other non-CIL coal blocks include Tori Chhatra and Chhatra Gaya rail line. Already we are going for tripling of Tori Shibpur rail line and Shibpur Kathotia single rail line already under construction, and railway has already planned for doubling of this rail line. How CCL can be benefited if we go for this, as already we have invested 5,000 crores, and this will be an alternate for that route only, that if you can.
CCL already getting benefit.
Yeah.
Now, in case of CCL, you can understand, right now, we can do 110 million. I don't have any doubts. But coal has to come uniformly, just like NCL is doing in rainy season also equally good. Mahanadi, Talcher, racks issue is separate. But loadability, even on a rainy day, Talcher gets less affected compared to MCL and others. So you have to prepare. Basically, coal mining wise, projects wise, coal should be opened up and you should be made ready. After the tripling of this Tori Shopur also, racks will be there. What Jasa was telling, as I have seen from the Dhananjay Singh Saab presentation, 3 sectors there also for next 9 to 10 years going to develop other than DFC, this energy and mineral corridor and high traffic density, rail sagar. Everything has to come and it is all sectors are equally trying hard. But last year to from this year, we have got 5 to 6% growth in racks. So we will expect next year also. But as Jasa was telling, how Talcher field will be benefited unless you add more number of racks. You can throw something.
So, in fact, I would like to add one point here. While we may be able to facilitate in terms of railway lines, line capacity could be facilitated, maybe 3-4 years we would be adding more lines. But what is more important is circuits. You will have to define circuits. So now to make those many rakes terminate on, I think Ramakant will be able to appreciate that better, to make those many rakes terminate on in MCL area. Unless those many rakes come back to MCL area, the loading on a steady basis will not take place. So that's why OD is very, very important.
सलील साहब का तो आंसर नहीं है मेरे पास, लेकिन एक चीज़ बोलेंगे, CCL में आज जो कंफर्टेबली लोडिंग हो रही है, रेलवे इजीली बोल पा रहा है कि CCL में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. वो सलील साहब का कंट्रीब्यूशन है जो इन्होंने SCOM उस समय रेलवे में काम किया था, उसका आउटपुट अभी मिल रहा है कि हम लोग ये कहते हैं कि CCL में कितना भी रेक लोडिंग हो प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. तो ये बेसिकली इनका आउटपुट है.
In fact, during the OD matrix simulation activity also, I think sir has contributed a lot. His ideas and the overall seasonality, like addressing your point, sir, it's like seasonality simulation which we also do. Typically getting into this exercise, it's not a uniform thing throughout the year. There are times when it is low and there are times it's high. So considering all those constraints while we are developing this kind of simulation, we address those points. And yeah, as sir has already mentioned, that today we are getting that benefit when we talk about CCL. And going forward, we look forward to that similar kind of aspect. The other aspect also which Jha sir has mentioned, which is very important, that while we talk about OD metrics, it's a continuous progress. I mean, it's not something which is done today and it is done and dusted. It is something which will evolve. And that's why addressing his point, though we are sitting here with this particular analysis today, but we, while doing the simulation, understood that this is something which is a changing dynamics.
It remains tentative, I mean, why would a Jawaharpur plant, or for that matter, some plants of UP be linked to Saharpur Jamarpani? That kind of a linkage, that is irrational linkage, that is still not very well defined.
Absolutely.
And why would in NALCO kind of remaining in East Coast be sourcing its coal from NCL? Why? So it kind of carting coal to the Newcastle. Carting coal to Newcastle, in fact, that policy will have to be addressed.
Okay.
Sir,
then we can.
Sir, we got sir one last question, sir.
Okay.
To Mr. Nilapra Dasgupta, sir. Sir, in power sector, we have got, maybe this question should have come from the consumer side. In power sector, we have got a system wherein Power Grid actually gives you a definite forecast how they are going to evacuate power and how their charges are going to vary. But in case of the coastal infrastructure what we are creating, the power plants which are linked to the different dockyards, they don't have a definite how they are going to pay for the charges to the ports. And sometimes it so happens that once a power plant has been created in the vicinity of a port, then initially the rate projections are very low, but once you find you are there and there is no other means of bringing in coal by any means, the rates are increased all of a sudden due to some reasons which are not known. And these rates, they don't fall until unless you demonstratively prove that coal can even be brought through another route. So are we thinking of bringing in a policy wherein this type of document can be created, the plants which are going to depend on ports, they can see for the life of their plant, the support which they are going to get from the port and the rates which they are going to pay the escalations, they are built in a document or they are linked to certain parameters instead of leaving it to the ports. That was one. और जो रमाकांत साहब जो बोल रहे थे, that OD pair का what I remember when we were discussing with Mr. Tushar was that this private sector का OD pairs also we have taken into account at that point of time, and these OD pairs will actually interfere with those which are already existing. That was also taken into account. जो जहाँ साहब जो बता रहे हैं, the problem is कि how do you get back the empties? That was one operational issue which railways needs to take care of that. But otherwise, origin and destination, what all combinations can come and what all their growths can come, all those things they have been factored in.
Yeah, can I take that first?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
thank you for the question. In fact, a very important and relevant point. However, as I also mentioned in my presentation, for the major ports, which are the central government controlled ports, the first point is that the tariffs are fixed erstwhile. It was fixed by the TAMP. And now, after the Major Ports Authority Act has come about, there has been a certain kind of autonomy that on paper has been given to the ports to go into a market kind of a driven fixation of tariffs. However, for major ports, it's still more or less governed by government rules. In terms of my port, if I can say specifically, because of the fact that certainty is a very important critical component in incentivizing the movement and also the industry, we froze our rates to till 2025. Took a long call, though you can see that with our capacity, with our ability to move, we could have actually charged more. And if you see the distance by which our rates are falling short of our close competitors, it's a large margin. But looking at this very critical factor and looking at also the commodity, coal now is also important from the energy security point of view. And to increase that certainty to steel industry, to electricity generating companies, we have frozen our rates in terms of the VRCs and in terms of the CRCs. However, here there's a catch. With the non-major ports, which are again private enterprises, they operate in a completely market-driven price fixing territory. Now there, whether the government in its current policy would go in and bring about a certain amount of regulatory oversight, that requires a larger stakeholder, maybe a consultation where the producer, the Coal India, the port, the stakeholders, the private sector, which is the consumer, has to come about together and say that because this is a critical sector component, it has also far-reaching impact on how a large ticket investment will be made, and then they get predatory pricing once they have gone in. That in terms of the minor ports has to be seen in terms of a broader matrix, because it will also run foul of what our present policy in terms of deregulation in fixing prices as well as discovery of market-driven prices is concerned.
Thank you. We can close it. No, it is time to have dinner also. After a long, almost close to 4 hours, 15 minutes session.
I would like
we
to
just honor with memento.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. I would request Srimati Rupender Brahman to please present a memento to Shri Tushar Chakravarti sir, Director Deloitte. Ma'am, kindly present the memento. Now I request Srimati Vismita Tej, Ma'am, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Coal, to present the memento to Dhananjay Singh Sir, ED Works Railway Board. Now I request Shri PM Prasad Sir to present the memento to Shri Ramakant Singh Sir, ED Ministry of Coal. Again, I will request Sir to present the memento to Shri Nilbra Das Gupta.
I have received one. Should I take it from my chairman then?
I would again request Sir to present the memento to Shri Shrikant Roy, GM, PND, Coal India Limited. As we conclude our program, we move on to an interactive discussion segment where we invite attendees for open discussion. to share their insights and engage in a meaningful conversations, ensuring all the voices heard. Okay. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all our esteemed speakers for sharing their expertise and insights, the panelists, the participants for their valuable contribution and active participation. A special thank you to the chief guest, our Honorable Minister who joined us briefly, and all the distinguished guests, speakers and attendants. Now I request Shri Ramakant Singh Sir, is Executive Director CC Ministry of Coal, for vote of thanks.
सबसे पहले मैं पैनल डिस्कशन के जो टेक्निकल पैनल डिस्कशन हुआ था उसके मेंबर्स को पैनल डिस्कशन के लिए धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। AK झाज चेयरमैन JPL, उन्होंने इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ कोल लॉजिस्टिक के बारे में उसमें FMC का इम्पोर्टेंस, रेलवे लॉजिस्टिक और लास्ट माइल कनेक्टिविटी के बारे में बताया। श्री नीलाभ दासगुप्ता डिप्टी चेयरमैन, इन्होंने पारादीप पोर्ट ट्रस्ट के अवेलेबल कैपेसिटी के बारे में बताया। और सुब्रत त्रिपाठी, इन्होंने बताया कि कैसे वेस्टर्न पोर्ट को यूज़ कर सकते हैं हम कोल लॉजिस्टिक के लिए। शिवम श्रीवास्तव डायरेक्टर फ्यूल, इन्होंने लॉजिस्टिक के इम्पोर्टेंस के बारे में बताया। और JK वशिष्ठ जी, इन्होंने बताया कि कैसे रेल लॉजिस्टिक जो है अभी रोड के कंपेरिजन में कम्पिटिटिव नहीं है, रेलवे को फर्दर जो होता है कॉस्ट कम्पिटिटिव बनने की। तो इस तरह पैनल डिस्कशन जो कि नागराजू साहब ने मॉडरेट किया, उसमें काफ़ी लॉजिस्टिक्स के बारे में काफ़ी ज़्यादा इन्फॉर्मेशन मिली, हम लोगों को जानने के बारे में मिला। इसके बाद नेक्स्ट टेक्निकल सेशन PM प्रसाद जी ने जो किया, उनका धन्यवाद। उन्होंने इसमें फर्दर डेलॉयट ने कोल लॉजिस्टिक प्लान में ब्रीफ में कैसे प्लान बना उसके बारे में बताया, और प्लान से क्या टेक अवे है इसके बारे में लोगों को क्लियर किया। धनंजय ने रेलवे प्रोजेक्ट कैसे एग्जीक्यूट हो रहा है और रेलवे प्रोजेक्ट के एग्जीक्यूट लॉजिस्टिक प्लान में जो भी रेलवे प्रोजेक्ट इन्वॉल्व हैं उसके एग्जीक्यूट होने में अभी फॉर टाइम भी कोई समस्या नहीं है, और फ्यूचर होपफुली हम लोग 2030 तक रिक्वायर्ड प्रोजेक्ट पूरे कर लेंगे, इसके बारे में या इसके लिए उसका धन्यवाद। नीलाभ दासगुप्ता ने अगेन पहले भी बताया था, फिर इसके बारे में लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट कैसे हाई है, टेलीस्कोपिक जो फेयर है रेलवे का उससे कैसे नुकसान हो रहा है RSR सर्किट को, इसके बारे में एक्सप्लेन किया। और श्रीकांत रॉय जी ने हम लोग को CIL फंडेड प्रोजेक्ट और FMC के बारे में बताया। तो इस टेक्निकल सेशन से भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा हम लोगों को इसके बारे में लॉजिस्टिक्स के बारे में क्या डेवलप हो रहा है उसके बारे में जानने का मौका मिला। इसके अलावा हम धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं मिस विस्मिता तेज मैडम का, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी, जिन्होंने ध्यानपूर्वक इसमें सुना। डे टू डे लॉजिस्टिक प्रॉब्लम सबसे ज़्यादा वही फेस करती हैं, तो शायद अगर इससे कुछ इम्प्रूवमेंट होता है सबसे ज़्यादा फ़ायदा उन्हीं को होगा। और इसके अलावा धन्यवाद देते हैं रुपिंदर बरार मैडम का, जिन्होंने NRS सेक्टर में कैसे लोगों की रिक्वायरमेंट पूरी होगी इसके बारे में मीटिंग की थी, और कैसे उनकी नई डिमांड क्रिएट हो, तो वो नई डिमांड जो क्रिएट होगी वो लॉजिस्टिक प्लान उस डिमांड को पूरा करने में हेल्प करेगा। डायरेक्टर DS जो लोग इस मीटिंग में आए और लॉजिस्टिक प्लान के बारे में सुने और समझे, इससे फर्दर कोल मिनिस्ट्री को फ़ायदा होगा। इसमें आए हुए सभी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव इरकॉन, राइट्स, प्राइवेट माइंस की कंपनी, इन लोगों का धन्यवाद देते हैं। CIL के ऑफिसर्स का धन्यवाद देते हैं जो इस लॉजिस्टिक प्लान को बनाने में भी हेल्प किए और इस लॉजिस्टिक प्लान के लॉन्च इवेंट में शामिल हुए। इसके अलावा इस इवेंट को ऑर्गेनाइज करने में CIL की पूरी टीम लगी रही। 3-4 मतलब काफ़ी शॉर्ट नोटिस पे प्रोग्राम हुआ और 3-4 दिन के अंदर इन लोगों ने पूरा प्रोग्राम एग्जीक्यूट किया, हॉल बुक करने से लेकर अंत तक। उसके लिए उनका धन्यवाद देते हैं। और मेन हमारे इसमें इस इवेंट को ऑर्गेनाइज किया है इंडियन नेशनल कमेटी ऑफ वर्ल्ड माइनिंग कांग्रेस की तरफ से किया गया है, उसके लिए धन्यवाद देते हैं। और इसके अलावा प्रेस की टीम आई यहाँ पे जो कि इस इवेंट को कवर कर रही है, उनका भी धन्यवाद है। और विज्ञान भवन की टीम जिसने इस इवेंट को कंप्लीट करने में सहायता की, उनका धन्यवाद। थैंक यू ऑल।
Thank you so much,
हम लोग
sir.
डिनर पे चले थैंक यू
I, Khushbu Thakkar, on behalf of Ministry of Coal and Indian National Committee World Mining Congress, sincerely thank you once again for being a part of this remarkable day. Ladies and gentlemen.